The judges are ready. The athletes are primed. The gym is calm. Every athlete on the floor tonight knows this is what they've been training for. Their whole career, their whole life comes to this moment when their hand goes up, the crowd goes wild, and their routine begins. With GymACT Nationals only 2 weeks away, every athlete on the floor tonight is at their breaking point. They have been grinding, striving, sweating, and working for this opportunity right here. And we get to watch as some of the best gymnasts in the country put it all on the line for their team. And the title, the Beast of the East. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live at GymACT Eastern Conference Championships. The stage is set, the athletes are warm, and as you can see, they are lining up and marched in for their first event. I am actually joining you from Chandler, Arizona. I'm sitting on the floor of Western National Championships for USA Gymnastics. There's so much great gymnastics going on all across the country, and we are so excited you are here live with us to watch all of it. Real quick, while the athletes are preparing for their first event, we're going to check out a quick scoring video just to make sure everyone is up to speed on how this incredible sport is scored. I apologize, experienced just a quick technical difficulty here. We're so excited to bring you both Easterns and Westerns on this live stream. So make sure you stay here right after the meet and check out the Western Conference Championships directly after this competition. All right, I apologize. My scoring video appears to not be working. I'm so sorry for that. I'm going to try to get it working and bring it back to you guys here in just a moment. All right, the athletes are moving to their first event, and we're going to bring you all the action here in just a moment.
Who's getting the first This one sits, this one does. That's the job. Yeah, the bathroom is actually over there.
All right, we got our scoring basics video up, so we're going to check out a quick video to help everybody understand how this incredible sport is scored. Okay, let's talk gymnastics. Men's gymnastics is made up of 6 events. Floor exercise, pommel horse, still rings, vault, parallel bars, and the crowd favorite, high bar. There are 4 types of skills on each event called element groups. Every time a gymnast completes one of these types of skills, they receive 5/10 of a point to their potential score, also known as their start value. Each skill the athletes perform is assigned a letter value with a corresponding addition to their start value, starting with A's equaling 1/10 of a point and currently going to I's equaling 8/10 of a point. All of this added together factors the gymnast's degree of difficulty. At the beginning of a routine, a gymnast begins with 10 points, known as their execution score. Throughout the routine, judges take away 1/10 for small errors, 3/10 for medium errors, 5/10 for large errors, and 1 full point for a fall from the equipment. These 2 scores added together make up the final score. Each team is allowed 5 athletes to perform on each event, with the top 3 scores counting towards the total team score. Then each event score is added together to create the total team score at the end of the competition. All right, we are live here at Eastern GymACT Conference Championships. All the athletes have marched in and they are prepping for their first event.
Thank you. I think it depends. You can't lose anyway. I think that's it. I'm about to say. Yeah, there's one. Massive. Come on, boys. Get it, please. Work with confidence. Work with strength. It's a senior. 85th year. That'll be senior. 86.
Confident. I want. Get it. Strong. Come on. Very nice.
Come on now, Scotty.
Let's go, Scotty.
All right, again, we are here live in Ohio for the East GymACT Conference Championships.
Oh, strong man.
Hold off this week. We are actually streaming live to you from Western Conference Championships in the middle of the level 8 session. We are working on getting that ring camera turned for you. So many people are doing 3 and 4 things at once right here to make sure we're bringing you the best presentation we possibly can of all this gymnastics. These 8 teams in the East are battling out to see who's going to be crowned the Beast of the East. They're getting their first event warm-up, and their competition will begin shortly.
Step back. Hey, go out, feel it out. Come on.
Yeah, we need to log out of this because what's happening is we're awake right now.
No.
See how it's coming up tonight. We need to log out of them.
They can't just turn their heads. Oh, there you go.
Oh, he fixed it. Okay.
I bet.
Cool. You got it. You got it. Okay. We're experts.
When they're done, I run back.
Okay. And now, all right. Might not be anything on hold. You got you're on ring. Next band is open. Oh, I'll be going after another comment. That would bring it back. Well, yeah, the second one. Oh, my day. It's a credit there. Yeah, so you're gonna be
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna find out if Temple's on T-bars, they got their camera. They give you ours, T-bars.
Hey, Scott.
Here you go, Scott.
Oh, hey.
There you go.
All right, as the East Conference athletes prepare for their first competitive event, please make sure you've hit that subscribe button on our YouTube channel. We have some very, very exciting announcements coming, and we don't want you to miss it at all. So subscribe and click that bell next to the subscription button to make sure you get notifications anytime we go live or post a new video. GymACT's heating up, and it looks like the East Conference guys are just about ready to start their competition.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
How's your year going?
Ben, you can make it.
Go elite on the side. You have to put the bar on the side. Correct.
Oh, okay.
Great. AI.
Oh,
It's just different. I don't know, the way it's built differently. Right back, you got time. Wow, get it up. Let's go, four. Go back, go.
Yeah.
Go, Max. Move, baby. Let's go, Max. Move.
Watching the triple back up. I'm all right. My house. Right back like
Four. Jordan can be on the floor. Almost in the middle of it. New York Alliance could be first on rings. We got the one. And I heard it's open event.
Yeah, I did. I was out. At 2 in the morning, I fell asleep.
Are you up today? No, are you up on board?
We just gotta have the utmost.
We're pretty darn good. What up?
If you want to go,
Yeah.
All right, it looks like event warm-ups have wound down, and I think we're about to see the beginning of competition in the East Conference Championships.
you guys.
Like 8 teams. 8 teams. Time warm up again. Our teams competing for like competition. Starting out for the storm. On Powell's is an open event. Rings open event. For Iowa. Peacock. Minnesota. Iowa.
All in confidence, all in confidence. Trust your training, trust your heart.
So I saw 9-0. Oh, hey. Hey, what's next?
Like athletes get prepared. Next.
You got it?
All right, here we go. Eastern Conference GymACT Championships is now live.
What's so mad? Cool, Ben. Here we go, Ben. Go, Ben. Stand in.
Fantastic. Yurchenko layout there on vault.
Keep this thing in, but switch it back a little. Out. Here we go, Ben. Here we go, Ben. Here we go, Ben. Go, Ben. Here go, Ben. Get up. Yeah. Attaboy, Ben. You got it. Here we go. Breathe. Breathe. Go, Ben. Get up. Get up. Attaboy. Let's go. Come on. Yeah. Come on, Ben. Come on, Ben. Attaboy, Ben. Go.
Let's split.
Hey, I love your team. Good shit, boy. Here we go. Here we go, Elston. Yeah! Okay. Attaboy!
There you go.
Let's go!
Come on.
Nice.
Come on, Evanston.
Get up!
There you go.
Go!
Good.
Go! Come on! Hey, come on!
Come on.
Yeah! Yeah! I'll stay.
Let's go, man. Hold it out. Yeah, Jay.
Here we go, Connor.
That's a real story. Come on, sir.
Keep staying out. Keep it out.
All right, we're seeing some great gymnastics here. Huge double full on vault there. Although that does appear to be their warm-up. They're switching squads there. Beautiful swing to handstand there on still rings as the floor comes in for what looks like it's dismount, and that's a stick right there. That was a beautiful stuck dismount on floor. And a small step on the ring dismount there. Very unique dismount. You see that front 1.5 off rings. You don't see that very often. Some great gymnastics coming to you live from Ohio at GymACT Eastern Conference Championships.
Come on, you got it. You got to be curl. Aggressive now.
All right, come on, dude.
We'll put those back.
Come on, dude. Come on.
Forcing your play piece.
You can do it, bro. Stay strong. Go out. Let's go out. Iron mentality. Iron mentality. Let's go out. Iron mentality. Tighten up. Hey, here we go, Ryan. Come on out. Go. Come on out. That's how you get it.
Opening.
Go, Ryan. You're all right, boy. Let's go, Ryan. Go.
Come on, Dugan.
Come boy. Come on. Oh, come on. Get up. Yes. Right. Boy.
All right.
Breathe. All right, Nate. Come on, Nate. You know what you're doing? Come on. Here we go. Up. Come on, Nate. Come on. Come on, Nate.
Are you doing high bar?
I can do high bar.
Look at that beautiful iron cross there from New York Alliance. That was gorgeous.
Can you get temples and get it to vault when they're done?
Right to vault.
Come on, Nate.
Okay.
Good, Nate. Come on. Come on, Nate. Strong. Let's go, Nate.
And we're going back. That's what I'm doing.
Come on, Nate. Get it, Nate. Come on, Nate.
All right,
Welcome.
Bucks. Let's see what we've got here. Beautiful kip,
Hey, watch
right
the
side.
the camera.
Come on now. Look confident, boy.
Beautiful peach element. Traveled a little bit there, but it looks great.
All right, Nate, let's go, kid.
Beautiful press to handstand. Looks zero deduction to me.
Yep, come on, Nate.
Nice half pirouette over the top. That drop cast action put him right back in the middle of bars to a straddle cut. You don't see that very often, but he had a ton of airtime on that. Big double tuck and a small step. That was gorgeous.
Nice, Nate. Keep it up on high bar. Look good. This one, are we back on? Yeah. This is gonna go to high bar, right? Yeah. No, it's gonna go to vault. Mike's gonna put the high bar. You talk to Mike. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna put it at vault, and you guys are gonna take it to high bar. Okay. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, just letting y'all know it's gonna be at that vault. Y'all just need to take it back. Just the far vault? Yeah, the far vault. Yeah. Okay. Just remember to take it back. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it looks cool. Yeah, look at it. It looks sick. I can probably blow it a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Nice. All right, so help my. Why did well,
Who's this one?
Aaron, I will make you go to death.
Owen, Ellen, David, Christian, Ben. Oh, yeah. Go! Let's go.
All right, that was Flight A's first rotation. We're headed to Flight B. Some great gymnastics coming out of the East Conference Championships right now. Make sure you keep it here live all day long as we go right from the Eastern Conference Championships directly into the.
Come on, Zach.
Come on, Zach! Come on, Zach! Come on!
Tony!
Zach!
Go!
Oh, right here, Zach! Come on! Come on, Zach! Come on! Zach! Come on, Zach! Hey.
Tony!
Zach!
Let's go, buddy! Let's go! Yeah! Let's go, Tony! Let's go! Come on, Tony! Yeah! Yeah! Let's go, Tony! Tony, you're done now. You are done for Brothers along the right. There we go. It is so dark over here.
This is following Iowa. So it's
Let's go! Come on, Owen!
Whatever it!
Let's go, McBain! Come on, fight it, McBain! Come! McBain! Come on, Cal! On you, man! Come on! Let's go, Colin! Let's go, Colin! You know it, man. Let's go, Colin! Let's go! Come on, Colin! Come on, Cal! Let's get it! Yeah! Go, go! Go! Yeah! Let's go, guys! Go! I don't know. Yeah! Lock Let's go, go! Come on, McBain! Yeah! Come on, McBain!
So much great gymnastics coming to you live from Ohio at Eastern Conference Championships. We have 8 teams competing on the floor right now. We are live here at Western Championships with the last level 8 session before Westerns begins. Make sure you keep it live right here on the GymACT YouTube channel all day long for some of the greatest gymnastics being done in this country. We are in Flight B's first event in Eastern Conference Championships, and these guys are all battling it out for who will be crowned the Beast of the East.
I think it's the GymACT West.
Fuck, I didn't even get that.
Come on, Davey, let's go.
Come on, Ray. Go, Ray. Go, David. Go, Ray. Let's go, David. Come on, boy. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Come on, Ray.
All right, come on, Steve. You know what to do.
Come on, Ray. Go, Christian!
All right, let's see what P-Bars has for us right here. Not only that beautiful long hang kip action, that's a very common element you're going to see. Nice press to handstand. He's going to get to work on support work here. Beautiful Healy down, very, very sketchy element. You got to have a lot of guts to do that one. Well, Stutz back to the handstand, just a little short there, and then corrects that diameter directly to handstand. Beautiful foot action. Hard to recover from that right there. Big dismount with a small hop. It was a great routine from Minnesota on P-Bars.
Dude, it's funny listening to because I commentate like
Yeah.
I'm seeing that's a very sketchy up. Yeah. Who's comment?
All right, Ben, come on, man. Come on, Ben. Go, Ben. Come on, Ben. Let's go, Ben. Go, Ben. Come on, Ben.
Right?
Nice to meet you now. Come on, Ben.
Oh.
Let's go, Ben.
So yeah.
Nice over now. Come on, Ben. Let's go. Come on.
Let's go. Come on, Ben. See it.
Do it, Ben.
Yeah. Good step.
You know where the bathroom is?
Can you guys put your camera at P-Bars?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna use yours on the ball.
All right, that completed our second rotation. We're headed to the third. This should be the Flight A guys to their second
What do we think
event.
the best angle is? Like,
Yeah, where did sure. I am.
I got this. No, not bad then. What'd you say? Go, Mike. If no one's on horse, what do I do?
Somebody's on horse, not horse.
Oh, okay.
And if somebody's on horse,
I think we should be good, but maybe somebody's over there. I don't know. Just try to take charge real quick. Get on horse. Okay.
Flight A athletes, you may be getting in the next event when your jobs are ready.
Here we go, runner! Let's go! Ryder! Oh, God! Let's go, Connor! Let's go, Connor! Here we go, Connor! Let's go, Connor! Let's go, get it! Get it on your feet! There you go. Casey! Go, Casey! Casey! Why?
We're seeing some more great gymnastics here at GymACT Eastern Conference Championships, and probably one of the most beautiful competition venues I think I've ever seen. Beautiful save there on parallel bars out of that giant. Thought he was going to fall forward, and he recovered it. Let's see what else he's got for us here. It's very hard as an athlete to recover from a bobble like that. It's hard to let it go. He's doing a great job. A little short there on that stutz. Nice swing to handstand. Another handstand check there. Let's see if he can finish strong right here on parallel bars. And a stuck dismount. You can never be mad about a routine that ends with a stick. All right, jumping to high bar. Let's see what we got. High flying release right out of the gates. It's called a Veronin. Hips are nice and piked right over the top. Hitting those handstand. High bar is all about angles. It's all about, does everything end in a handstand, like that half pirouette there. Flying giant was a little behind. Here we go. We're going to see a big high flying dismount laid out, full out with just a small hop. That was a really, really good fight there on high bar.
Sure.
Again, don't forget hit the subscribe and notification bell on the GymACT YouTube channel. We've got some big announcements coming in the next week or so that you don't want to miss, that are going to go live right here on YouTube as we're watching GymACT Eastern Conference Championships live from Ohio.
Here we go. Actually, right there was right here is pretty good. I bet.
T-bars is good, so I guess I have to move over here. Yes. So for the notice. So, figure out where, because of the spot.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you got time.
Florida lineup is Danger, Mason, Rob, Rohan.
If you're looking to follow all the scoring action from Eastern Conference Championships, check the comment section. The pinned comment at the very top is the live scores available on meetscoresonline.com.
We had an inquiry on a neutral. He took a neutral. Put on the other side.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's fine. If you want the number from the official.
Literally, it's been exactly 12 minutes again. All right, go. Good.
Who's this? Like, hey, like me.
What a stuck dismount there from Minnesota on high bar. You see head coach Mike Burns jumping up there. Love how much he gets into the competition. We are headed into our final rotation here at Western Conference Championships junior session, and I'll be jumping on commentating a lot more, but keep your eyes peeled. There's so much great gymnastics going on here at Eastern Conference Championships. That was a huge double back off P-bars to a solid stick from Iowa. Fantastic job.
Got it, Owen. Oh, let's go. Oh,
All right, we're watching high bar. Big high flying dismount. Can he repeat the stick from his teammate? Oh, just a small hop forward. Other than that, great routine. P-bars, beautiful mount right on the ends, pirouetting right into his long hang element, caught the floor, but still managed to keep it on his hands. That was an incredible save on parallel bars. Let's see if he can recover like we talked about earlier. It's so hard to mentally stay tough after a mistake like that, but it looks like he's recovering amazing. Here we go. We should be seeing a dismount any second here. That front upright element, it's one of the required skills they have to be able to do from that upper arm to that support work. Big double back and just a small hop. What a great recovery on P-bars.
Hi, Edda.
Watch out!
Big release there on high bar, huge. It's called a Coleman. That's a tucked double backflip with a full twist. Here comes another flipping element, high flying Kovacs. This is some of the best gymnastics being done in the country into a one-arm giant. Keep your eyes peeled on that high bar camera as we come in for a dismount. Let's see if he can lay it down for a huge triple back. Oh my gosh, that is 3 flips, 12 to 15 feet in the air. That was incredible.
Go, Will. Come on now. Got it.
All right, it's going to be hard for Minnesota to put on a bigger show in that last routine, but let's see what they've got for us here.
Come on, walk in here. Hold on. Make it happen. Go, babe.
All right, as I said earlier, there's so much great gymnastics going on all over the country right now. Let's keep an eye as Minnesota jumps back up on high bar there. Nice pirouette over the top. Fortunately, it looks like internet's slowing down a little bit. Huge Coleman, or sorry, Castina, that's the laid out version of the Coleman we saw earlier, into a big laid out Tkachev over the bar. These guys are absolutely cooking. There's that in-bar element directly to handstand. Keep your eye on that high bar camera. Let's see what we've got. Big dismount, huge double layout with a small step. Minnesota is absolutely flying over there on high bar. All right, parallel bars, mounted with a back upright handstand into that long hang element. It's one of the required skills they have to be able to do. Nice strong press handstand. Pirouette over the top. Front uprise, there's another required skill from upper arm up to support on their hands. Big double front dismount up behind it. Definitely went for that one and just went for the stick a little too hard and got his feet in front of him. Other than that, a fantastic routine from, I believe that's Iowa, on parallel bars.
Let's go, David. Come on, David. Let's go. Let's go, David.
All right, we got some more high flying action coming up on high bar. Kovacs, that's a double backflip over the top to that re-catch. Minnesota absolutely has one of the top high bar lineups in the country. Straddled Tkachev over the top. Beautiful release work there from Minnesota. In bar, directed to handstand, back to that one-arm giant. He is cooking it up. Another flying giant actually lets go of the bar there over the top. Big dismount. See what he's got here. Laid out, full out, and a tiniest hop. You can tell he was fighting for that stick, but made the right choice to just take a small hop forward. That was a great rotation for Minnesota.
Got some good events.
Hey, Mike.
Right out the Walmart. Yeah. Yeah.
Bring us some stuff.
I mean, 12 minutes and
Again, if you haven't done so already, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any of the action as we go into national championships right here on the GymACT YouTube channel. Let's see what P-Bars has for us. Beautiful drop cast direct to a back upright handstand. Very unique combination you don't see very often. Beautiful peach element right there to that L hold. Catching his breath into a beautiful press. Believe it or not, that is a breather skill for these guys. Back down to upper arm, big front uprise. Beautiful laid out front half off P-bars. Not the highest start value or difficulty, but done extremely well. Beautiful back uprise cross right there on still rings. One of the most iconic gymnastic skills you could ever see right there. I believe this is Georgia United, the conglomerate team out of Georgia. Another strength element there, that front uprise to support. Forward rolling out of it. Big and locate, the double front between the rings called the Yamawaki into a back uprise handstand. Some great ring work, struggling to find that handstand a little bit, but staying calm. One of the hardest things to do on still rings when you start bobbling like that is just to remain calm, and he's doing a great job of it. Let's see if you can find a great dismount right here. Full twisting, double tuck. Oh, and just short of it. Going for the stick. These guys are just going for every single tenth and point they can possibly find.
Don't let us work out. Get up, go back. So, here, man. Here, let's go back. Let's get it out. Get it, come on. Oh, nice. It's not big shot. It's good. Yeah. Excellent.
Let's go, Chad!
Go, take it. Go.
Let's go, Jake! Go, Larry! Let's go,
Take it.
Yeah! Go, Aaron!
Yeah, Aiden, that's so. No, let's go. Real game. See that? I'm just gonna make it. Wait,
Come on, Blaze! Come on, Blaze!
let's go. Yeah.
Blaze! All right, let's go, Jamie! Go! Go! Blaze! Go! 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 Go, Jamie! Go, Blaze!
Greg.
Hey, quick high in this huddle. Let's go.
It's up underneath the floor. Well, we did, and then the judging special.
Quick. Hey, Will.
We had him out on the table. Is Howard and I turn this? Oh, are you taking this one?
No, I'm just turning it.
Oh, oops. He's sorry to let you down. We had him out here.
Josh. That one's gonna go. This one's rings. Where is it on rings? Yeah, it's perfect.
Like we have space the better, bigger, third event. Judges take control.
Let's go, Jared. Come on. Get it. Go, Jared.
It's tight here. Come on. Got this. I got it. Over. Press it. Go. Keep going.
Bye.
20 seconds left.
All right, Iowa up on high bar. Let's see what he's got here. Big release. Oh, and just fingertips it. Just couldn't quite get his hand all the way around the bar. Sitting there chatting with his coach. Hopefully he's okay. Looks like he's all right. Now he's got 30 seconds to try to confer with his coach, put a plan back together, and jump up and try to rescue as much of the score as he possibly can. And that is incredibly difficult to do. It is so hard to come back from something like that, especially at Tkachev, that you thought you had your hands around and just peeled out. So let's see if he can jump up and finish strong for his team. All right, we're back in swinging here on high bar. Unfortunately, it looks like the internet gods aren't loving us too much. There we go, we're back. Got some great gymnastics coming out of the Eastern Conference Championships here on GymACT Live. All right, again, if you're looking for live scoring, it's at the top of the comments section here on YouTube. If not, you can look at Meet Scores Online and search GymACT Eastern Conference Championships. Hawkeyes finishing with a solid stick on high bar. Always great to see. That's how we like to end routines. Minnesota on floor. Into that group one work. Like the video we saw at the beginning of this stream, that's their non-acrobatic. It's a required type of skill they have to do. Fantastic, catching his breath there. Coming back to the corner, should have probably 2 more passes left to go in this floor routine for Minnesota. Big back triple full, and that's it for the floor routine from Minnesota. It looked like a solid set. All right, Hawkeyes back up on the high bar. Very nice vault catch there. Beautiful in-bar work right to that handstand. It's what the judges are looking for. And I'm just going to stop talking, Mark, because every time I do, the internet starts to get jittery. I apologize for that.
All right, Dad.
Big double A out there from the Hawkeyes with just a small step. What a strong high bar routine it looks like for Iowa. Here we go. We're on pommel horse now, working on the leather. And just pikes up and catches the horse there. Again, every time the athlete falls, they have 30 seconds to confer with their coach, know what they're going to do before they jump back up. Beautiful, jumps back up, remakes that travel element, and he's going back across the horse. Both deep value skills, there's 8/10 of difficulty stacked in really tight. Beautiful scissor work, toes are plenty above the shoulders there, no height deductions there, travels back. Should be seeing a dismount right here. Can he get his feet up and over the horse? Very nice horse set. Definitely recovered that pommel horse routine very, very well. Minnesota on floor exercise.
All right. Here, come on. Focus, come on. All right.
Some great gymnastics coming out of Minnesota. They definitely are one of the newer comers to GymACT, but I know head coach Mike Burns is hungry for his first GymACT title, and he is showing it with his team here at Eastern Conference Championships. Super strong floor routine right there from Minnesota. You see the team coming up there, congratulating them. That's what this is all about right here, that camaraderie during such a crazy time in these guys' lives as they're off to college. All right, we do have some standings for you. Right now, as the meet sits, Minnesota GymACT is winning with a 158.05. Second place is actually a probationary team, Indy Ohio. Hopefully will be the newest team added to GymACT right after national championships this year, but they still have to pass a couple more of their gating requirements. They are currently sitting in second with a 146.8 at Eastern Conference Championships. Temple University is coming in at a 145.65 to round out the podium in third place. New York Alliance is at a 142.6 in fourth. Iowa GymACT 141.7 in fifth. NIU 134.8 in sixth. Georgia United following up at 131.5, and Florida Storm at a 104.95. All right, I do believe that this is the halfway mark, and they are coming in hot into the second half of this meet. All right. This is a double flighted meet, which means there's a flight A and flight B. So as flight A is competing, flight B is warming up, and then they're switching the cameras over and the judges over. So I believe we just watched flight B's third event. So this should be flight A, event number 4. We should be just past the halfway point here in the GymACT Eastern Conference Championships. Again, if you haven't done so already, make sure you hit that subscribe button on YouTube. We've got some exciting stuff coming, and we want to make sure that you don't miss it. So make sure you keep up to date on the GymACT YouTube channel right here. After you hit subscribe, there's a little bell right next to the subscription button. Make sure you click that. It'll notify you every single time that we post anything or go live anywhere. We are headed into rotation number 4 here at the Eastern Conference Championships. I'm sitting here on the floor of Western Conference Championships, and I'm not going to lie, I am very jealous of the venue that the Eastern Conference guys get to be in. What a beautiful, beautiful venue. What a unique opportunity for these gymnasts to compete in such an iconic venue. All right, we are off and running rotation 4 here, GymACT East Conference Championships. Huge double back there on floor. Another connection pass there on floor. The full exercise guys are absolutely killing it. Again, into that non-acrobatic, there's that press handstand. It looks so hard. It takes a lot of strength, but for these guys, it is a breather. That is unbelievable. Let's see what we got here for this next pass. Just a nice solid back layout. Not much difficulty, but done extremely well. And sometimes that's the name of the game. Not doing the biggest, highest flying skills, but doing a little bit more basic routine with almost no deduction off, like that beautiful back there, full there on floor. All right, should be a dismount right here. Let's see what we've got coming in hot on floor. Back double full, and it looks like he's stuck, and you can never be mad about a routine that ends with a great stuck dismount. All right, that high bar camera is watching some open warm-ups back there. Looks like we do have an empty rotation at this point in the meet. Nice Souk layout there on vault. I believe that's Indy Hio, our probationary team we were talking about earlier. Please make sure you keep it live right here on the GymACT YouTube channel all night long, because right after Eastern Conference Championships, there will be a good little break where the channel will just kind of go black for a little bit, and then we will be back live with GymACT Western Conference Championships from Chandler, Arizona. That was a very unique dismount there on high bar from the New York Alliance guys. And whoever turned that camera, I love you to death. We're getting a double angle on high bar there, so keep an eye on those two cameras. That's going to be exciting to watch. All right, looks like this rotation's winding down just a little bit. This has been what we call the top of the fourth, which means that it is Flight A, fourth event. Let's see what we've got here on floor exercise. That top left camera. Huge half in, half out. Very interesting way to do that. Most guys do the full twist toward the second flip. Instead, he did a half twist in the first flip and a half twist in the second, followed by a solid stuck second pass. New York Alliance up on high bar. Huge release there called a Yamawaki. It's a flying half turn over the bar recatch. We're on high bar and floor. Floor exercise, again, slower difficulty side pass there with just the back layout, but it's a great way to guarantee some solid score. Big laid out, full out from New York Alliance there on high bar with just a small step. Very, very nicely done. Floor exercise coming in for his dismount. Let's see what he's got for us here. Big back double full and a solid stick from the floor exercise. Fantastic job. This has been an exciting rotation. Looks like we are winding down and heading to what we call the bottom of the fourth, which is Flight B's fourth event. All right, we look like we are into the bottom of the fourth. The guys are just finishing up their warm-up right now. Again, if you haven't done so, make sure you hit the subscription button on the GymACT YouTube channel. The GymACT media team's working hard to keep bringing you some great content, especially as GymACT grows and shifts and changes. We have new announcements coming out all the time about all kinds of new opportunities being open to these athletes all over the country. For example, we do have a probationary team here on the Eastern Conference floor called the Indy Ohio. It's a conglomerate team, which means that they are high school seniors that graduated last year, all from Indiana or Ohio, who come together to compete as one team. And the goal is to build big enough to where they can start splitting and forming teams in both Indiana and Ohio in the future. But for now, they're coming together all as one, as the Indy Ohio Hyenas, to compete in today's Eastern Conference Championships. All right, we are in the bottom of the fourth here. What a fight for a dismount there on Pommel Horse. That was unbelievable. Just had to get his hand to that third section of the horse, and somehow he got his hand there. I do want to call out all the people involved with making sure we bring you East Conference Championships Day live here on YouTube. So many coaches and athletes all coming together to plan this out, make sure they've got all the cameras and everything where they need to be. The meet host making sure we have internet capabilities to try to bring you the best quality stream we possibly can. There are so many moving pieces. Some of us are here at Western Conference Championships helping running the junior session while coaching, all to come together for this right here so that you guys can see some of the greatest gymnastics being done on the collegiate scene. All right, we're on rings with, I believe this is Minnesota. Beautiful handstand work, clean off the straps, huge double layout. Oh, that must still be his warm-up.
So was that challenged? Oh, okay.
It was not challenged. It was, yeah, I walked up to the judge and like, they can't be doing it again. And that's what started happening. Screaming and comparing me talking. No, I don't think so. I'm just turning yours around for you guys on home. Oh. We already have the other three set up.
All right. We're on pommel horse here with some beautiful scissor work into that side element there on that circle. Back up into the center. It was a great transition. It's a kind of a risky one, but he did it so well. I see why the coaches left it in. Oh, and just gets piked up on that circle and comes off the horse. All right, again, on pommel horse, like every other event, you get 30 seconds to meet with your coaches, confer, check with the judges where you need to restart the routine, and then you only get 30 seconds to take the emotion out of it and try to put it back together to fight hard and finish strong.
I was right. I slowed it. Like down.
Yeah, it gets the whole horse.
Right now. Hey, let me start. Okay, remember that. Like I have Let's go, no! I'm not. Be confident. Got him. Come on, no. Cut. Come on, go. One. Come on, now. No. Bring it home. All right. Oh. Oh, where were you, man? Where were you? You see it? You get there. Come on, bro. Fight. Good. Go aggressive. Push. Come on, go. Try to stop again. You got a DSA there. Skills. Let's do That's not cool. Let's go. Keep it center. Every time counts. Oh, go. Come on, John. Come on. Wait for it. Way to keep it clean. And I'm sorry, I did the downside jacket there. You didn't get it black. I gotta do it. I just saved the bag. I think that's a good thing. Okay. Let's go, Kellen! Let's go, Kellen! Let's go, Kellen, come on. Come on, Kellen. Let's go, Kellen. Come on. Let's go, Kellen. Get up. Nice. Give me another. All right, check, slap. That's the last part of it. I didn't even get your hand, bro. I just get the shot. Oh, come on, Everett. Come on, Jake. Come on, Jake. Oh, Jake. Get up. Get up. Push. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Good. You're right, swing. Come on, Jack. Come on. It's your nerve. It's a little thick. Where's Mike? Yo, Mike. Mike. I need a joke. Joke? Yeah. Apparently, when Mike's on the time, the joke that you don't say you're part of it. Mike's it's good. I think it's going to move there. That's huge. It's like the most.
Let's go, Ben. Come on, Ben. Easy. Oh, yes. Come on, Ben. Push, push. Oh. Come on, Ben. Come on.
Yeah. All right. All right. Rugged hit. Yeah, rugged. So let's go for a hit. Yeah. That's the goal.
All right. If you're looking for results, make sure you check the chat here on YouTube. At the top comment is the link to the chat on meetscoresonline.com. There's some exciting scoreboard races going on right now. Again, make sure you like and subscribe and hit that notification bell to make sure you hear everything we do here on the GymACT YouTube channel as we come to the bottom of the fourth.
What? Come on, Dave.
All right, it looks like we have one final routine here in the bottom of the fourth rotation from Minnesota on pommel horse. Nice 270 flop work there. It's incredibly difficult. Stepping back up into the center, swinging like a madman here. His rotation is so fast. Normally you don't see guys swinging that fast way up into a beautiful dismount, and that's going to end real well for Minnesota. Great, great horse routine for them.
Yeah, you didn't tell me they that was like their dance.
Yeah, that's what I said. Then.
Yeah, because I was gonna go do it, and like he looked at me, and I'm like, "It's yours." And he goes, "I'm like, is this for the GymACT?" And he goes, "Yeah." Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I think we have made it through the bottom of the fourth, and we are headed to the top of the fifth. That means Flight A is getting ready to compete their fifth competitive event. We do have some results for you, and it is an interesting one. I believe, unless the score system is lagging, as again, I am halfway across the country right now, according to Meet Scores Online, Minnesota GymACT is winning it at 209.1. Indy Hio, the probationary team on the floor of Eastern Conference Championships, is currently in second place at a 198.4, with Iowa GymACT close on their heels at a 192.9, and then Temple University at a 192.55. It's going to be a tight race to keep an eye on. New York Lions coming in fifth at 188.4. NIU at a 180.85. Georgia United right on their heels at a 180.75, with Florida Storm down at a 143.35. This is an incredibly tight race. It's going to be real interesting to see if Minnesota can hang on to it. They have a substantial lead, but I've watched teams give away far bigger leads very, very easily. They are through pommel horse, but that doesn't mean they're out of the woods yet. Indy Hio, the newcomer, coming out and just swinging on some of the big dogs. That is going to be an interesting one to watch. Iowa GymACT and Temple, super close, 193.4 to a 122 or 192.55. That's going to be an interesting one to see if Temple can climb back onto the podium at this meet. And then New York Alliance coming in at a 188. It does appear that we still have some scores coming in, but that's where we stand right now.
Yeah. I mean, unless you need it. Said don't start. It said stop the break. The icing is different. That's okay. I feel stuff way too. Start for the next rules.
All right, judges, take control of their minutes for 5 days. Rotation.
Let's go. Yeah. Come on, Charlie. All right, Caleb, you got it, bud. You got it, Caleb. Come on, Charlie. Let's get it. Let's Get the gun.
Slow down, like, go, baby, come on.
Let's go, Logan. Come on. Oh, yeah. Get up there. Get up.
I can't keep it. And wait, there's only like the let's go. Now, go, Logan.
All right, we are back live at GymACT Eastern Conference Championships, where some great gymnastics is going on. Looks like we are moving to the bottom of the 5th rotation, if I have kept up with everything correctly. Let me verify that for you, make sure I am giving you guys accurate information here. Indy Ohio, the newcomers, so far kind of the Cinderella story we're talking about. It does look like everybody has...
Come on, Nate. All right, Nate. Let's go. Come on.
Yep, it looks like we are bottom of the 5th rotation right now. And ladies and gentlemen, the Indy Ohio Hyenas are currently... Oh, I apologize. We are in the bottom of the 5th. They just started bottom of the 5th rotation, which means that the guys in Flight A do have 5 scores in, but the guys in Flight B only have 4. So we're not for scores at this time. We're just going to enjoy the second half of the 5th rotation. On rings, nice handstand work. Looks like his arms are nice and free from the straps. Into that giant, saw some bent arms there, but overall stay strong on top. Huge full twisting double tuck and just a small step sideways. It was a very, very nice ring routine there. Again, stay live right here on the GymACT YouTube channel all night as Eastern Conference Championship starts winding down in 2 hours. 2 hours from now, Western Conference Championships is going to stay right here. The link's going to stay live the whole time, so make sure you check it out, and let's see who is going to be crowned the best in the West.
Things are not level, I think. I don't know. That's it. No, yeah, probably gonna go like right.
I think I go first. I think you're first.
I got it.
I'll put my phone on.
All right, you heard the announcement there in the arena. We're headed to Flight B, 5th rotation. So Flight A has finished 5, Flight B has only finished 4. Here we go in the bottom of the 5th rotation. Iowa on pommel horse. Nice swing, little pike in the hips there, but good rhythm, staying strong and tall over his shoulders. Big traveling element there. Looked like he was going to lose it, and what a recovery. Pushes his hips back open. Ah, and then just closes them back up as he comes over the end of the horse.
Okay.
Hawkeyes, definitely a younger GymACT team still. You know, the first year in GymACT, they had a lot of guys left over from their NC2A space. As that got removed, a lot of the guys stayed on, and they've kind of had to rebuild, and they're so Some strength coming back, which is fantastic to see. They've got a strong roster, putting up some good stuff. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on Minnesota. They are kind of the ones to watch here. They're on rings. That beautiful front of prize V hold you don't see very often. And then huge vault there, looks like from Temple. Big Kazumatsu there. And P-bars down at the bottom of the screen.
Very good. It's controlled. Let's go now. Wait. Right now, kid. This is something off. Come on now, can you go? 2-4.
Beautiful finish there on the leather for Iowa. Holy cow, what a massive double front on parallel bars. That looks like Florida Storm there. That was unbelievable. The second flip finished still above the bars, and he just had to wait for the ground. I don't know about any of you, but I've never been in a situation that I've had to wait for the earth to come to me, but he just got to experience that. What an incredible dismount there on parallel bars.
Yeah. Jones. Auto flag.
All right, Iowa on horse as Minnesota jumps to the rings.
Let's go.
Beautiful swing from Iowa here on horse. Hips are nice and open. That's exactly what the judges are looking for there. Keeping a strong rhythm as Minnesota's up on the ring, showing off that strength. Here comes that iconic iron cross position, completely flat. The GymACT program has decided that they want to see more iron crosses. So they give a 5/10 bump to any iron cross positions. Why you're seeing a lot of them tonight. A lot of gymnasts being smart, knowing the rules, and utilizing that in the GymACT program. Fantastic ring routine so far. Little turn in on the rings there. Looking for the arms to be completely free of the straps there on top of the rings. Fantastic front giant work there. Iowa back on the leather. Big dismount there from Minnesota with a solid stick. Iowa finishing on strong. Let's see if you can get this dismount up and over the top of the horse. Looks like the bottom leg just barely brushes. Smart choice, keeping it at a B-level dismount instead of a C, and keeping it nice and clean. That is going to be rewarded. Again, if you're looking for scores, go ahead, go down to the comments section. The top comment is the link to the scores on meetscoresonline.com. Search 2024 GymACT Eastern Conference Championships. Fantastic dismount there from Iowa on pommel horse. Iowa's definitely been struggling with some falls tonight, but their overall gymnastics looks so good. It's nice and clean and confident. They're just having some falls. If they can get rid of some of those, and some of them just look like confidence falls, maybe a younger team out on the college floor for the first time, no matter how good you are struggling when you get out onto this college floor and all kinds of things are going on.
Yeah, all right. Let's go, Dylan. Now. Let's go, Kellen. Let's go, Kellen. Now. Let's go. Hey.
Minnesota back up on rings, back up into that beautiful iron cross position. Kip to support, another strength element there. Fantastic. Rolling forward, keeping his arms completely free of the straps. This is looking really, really good. Big high bar dismount there with just a small hop. Although it does look like that high bar camera is a warm-up camera at this time.
Let's go, Kelly. Come on, go. Nice. Let's go.
All right, some fantastic scissor work there from Iowa on pommel horse. Again, hips are open, nice strong swing. Let's see if he can stay on the leather for his team here. Beautiful, what's called a Roethlisberger, named after American gymnast John Roethlisberger. Into a nice Russian. That was not his dismount. I was expecting it to finish strong there. Swings up, keeps his legs clear of the horse. And all the way over. We'll see if the judges give him credit for that dismount. Looks like they did. Looks like he did just enough to get his hand down. He has to get his hand all the way down into that third section of the horse to receive credit. Looks like he did just enough to get there. Iowa fighting hard to keep themselves in the game here.
Pretty good. Soft. How much? I've already seen pretty good.
All you. All you, big kid.
I think it's place. Let's practice.
Okay.
Go.
Let's go, Brendan. Let's go, Dan. Come on, beat him. Come on, beat him. Come on, beat him. Come on, beat him. Let's go. Squeeze, come on. Nice.
Minnesota back up on rings.
Nice, Brandon. Come on. Come on. Nice. Beautiful. Come on. Let's go, Brandon. Come on, push.
All right, let's see if Iowa can pick up here on pommel horse. Fantastic swing. You can hear the team get more and more riled up. Wow, beautiful flop sequence there on one pommel. You can tell the team's getting more and more riled up. What a save. Holy cow, I thought he was coming off again. And that's what the Iowa team needed right there. What an incredible fight from the Hawkeyes. You see him coming back, rejoining his team. And that is going to make the difference for the Iowa Hawkeyes here at Eastern Conference Championships. It is so hard when you're struggling like that on an event to bring the energy back up and keep yourself in a positive headspace. And a fight like that from a teammate will definitely do it. There were 3 or 4 times I thought he was coming off that horse and he just refused to give up. And that's the beauty of college gymnastics right there. That was an unbelievable fight there for the Hawkeyes.
Hey, go.
Let's go, David. All right, David. Come on, David.
Go, David.
Let's go, David. Let's go, David. Let's go, David.
Lock it in.
Come on now. Come on, David. Let's go. All right, David. Come on. All right. Let's go, David. Let's go, David. Come on. Go. Nice,
All right.
David. Come on.
Minnesota back up on rings, looking clean and crispy. And that's the name of the game right now as we get ready for GymACT Nationals 2 weeks from today. That's what these coaches and judges are looking for, is the cleanest gymnastics. What beautiful giant work there. Staying long and stretched, keeping his arms off the straps. Big double twisting, double back to a solid stuck dismount from Minnesota. That is world class right there.
Get the spirit of bar. Units, baby. I think they saw like 13-9. 13-9. David, it breaks. I said it breaks 14. Got it, Ben.
All right, in the bottom of the fifth rotation here, looks like Minnesota has one more guy to go, and that's going to complete the fifth rotation. And then we're going to head into our last two events. Flight A and B have to go to 6. Let's see what Minnesota's got for us here.
Come on, Ben. Come on, Ben. Lock it in. Let's go, Ben. Come on, Ben. Let's go, Ben. Ben. Let's go, Ben. Come on, Ben.
Beautiful kip support. That swing to strength element group they have to have. Right into a backup rise iron cross. Bonus for that right there. Fantastic gymnastics from coming out of Minnesota right now. And their head coach, Mike Burns, is the current president of GymACT. So, you know, when your head coach is the president, you got to go hard for him.
Come on, let's go.
Nice, clean L-hold position. It sounds silly, but sometimes the simplest skills done very, very well are always my favorite. A back 2.5 off rings. I don't think I have ever seen that. And a stick to boot. I don't know what they're putting in the snow in Minnesota, but I want some. A great, great fifth rotation from Eastern Conference Championships. And at the end of 5 events, here is our standings. Minnesota GymACT 263.35. They are running away with this meet. Indy Ohio coming in with a strong second place at a 246.55. Temple fighting their way back up on the podium with a 244.5. We'll see if there's enough to fight back and see if they can climb up into second. With Iowa coming in strong with a solid 4th place at a 241 even. New York Alliance at a 237.6, with NIU close on their heels at a 236.2, Georgia United at a 225.65, and Florida, who unfortunately did not have any athletes competing high bar today, at a 166.2. These meets that we're watching, this Eastern Conference Championships that will be followed by Western Conference Championships live in an hour and a half on this exact same link, are going to really set the stage for what's going to happen at GymACT Nationals in 2 weeks from tonight in Daytona Beach, Florida. The big thing is, you know, the GymACT as it's laying right now, the guys that are on top, the teams that are on top really are they might rearrange in the top 3, then there's another big break, and we have another 3 or 4 teams that are super close. So the fun thing to look at in this league right now is to see who's going to stack where, and that's what we're looking at right now with Temple, Iowa, New York, and Indy, Ohio.
Nice. Work it out. Let's get it.
All right, we are in the top of the 6th. That means Flight A is on their 6th event. This is it. These 4 teams, this is our last opportunity to put down a team score that Flight B just cannot touch.
Let's go, B. Go, B. Come on. Let's go.
Huge Kazumatsu on vault there. That is a backflip off of your hands with a full twist in the stretched body position. Such a great vault. There's that iron cross position from rings we've been looking at all night. Fantastic, nice and level and flat. It's a great, great position there. And that's what the GymACT board wanted when they created that rule. Huge double full there on vault. That's called an Acopian, and it was done very nicely with just a small hop forward. Some great gymnastics coming out of the East Conference Championships. It is very important to note that some of these smaller teams that are conglomerates that train all over the country, or sorry, all over their area, and then come together at the last kind of minute here. Some of them don't put up their entire lineup until this meet right here, whether it's Eastern or Western Conference Championships. So even though we have some national rankings, they kind of are hard to tell right now the way GymACT is structured. So what that means is somebody who's a little further down in the rankings on roadtonationals.com or any other ranking website may be a little off as these smaller teams bring out the big guns in these championship events.
Work! There you go. Come on, man! Let's go, man! Go, go, all right. Breaking bread. Go to Paul.
All right, we're in the top of the 6 here at Eastern Conference Championships. That means these 4 teams right here are about to lock their spot and their score for Eastern Conference Championships.
About the camera. Outside.
Again, if you haven't done so, make sure you hit that subscribe button for me. Don't miss anything as we've got some big announcements coming in the next couple of days right here on the GymACT YouTube channel.
Oh, buddy. Oh, get it. Get it. Hey, oh. All right.
All right, looks like we are winding down. That was the top of the sixth, and we are headed into the bottom. That means that the last 4 teams on the floor are about to put their score into the record books. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been holding between 70 and 80 people watching this stream right now. You know, so many people have said men's gymnastics is slowly dying in this country, and until recently, I would agree with that statement, but it is clearly alive and well in the Eastern Conference GymACT Championships right here. Beautiful straddle cut there on P-bars, although this does look like it's the end of their timed warm-ups. Huge full out off rings. That was unbelievable. No presentation to the judge, which means that it's just warm-up. These final 6 teams are waiting. Looks like New York Alliance there is just finishing up their last event. That might have been their last guy. They may have one more, and then we'll rotate and let Flight B do everything they can to climb their way up that podium in their last event.
Oh, it's it. Ball. That sounds I
Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, no, I think P-bar girl is probably like that.
Go over there.
Yeah.
Zach, Mason, Jared, Ray, and performer. 1, 2, 3. Got
All right, NIU squad is ready for their final event. Looks like they're about to get rocking in the bottom of the 6 here at GymACT Eastern Conference Championships. These guys are fighting everything they've got. Let's see what they have in their final event. Again, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We're trying to hit 1,000 subscribers just to prove that men's gymnastics is still alive and well. I just checked, we're 754. We need 146 friends to find this YouTube channel. Share it, post it, like it. We love all the support. We want to keep bringing you great content right here on the GymACT YouTube channel. So if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button as we head into the bottom of the 6th rotation. NIU taking the parallel bars. Beautiful kip, that long hang swing. Minnesota stomping a vault. Down into that giant work right there in the middle on parallel bars from NIU. Back down onto the bars, right into that hold position that I just love when a gymnast can present such a basic element over the mastery of the equipment. That's what we're looking for from the conference championships. Their biggest sets are going to be put up in 2 weeks. Huge double tuck from NIU. NIU is definitely a growing program. It's great to see. They've been around for a while, and now they are finally catching some traction, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with as we head to GymACT Nationals in 2 weeks.
It wasn't perfect. Go, Charlie. Come on, Mason. Go, Mason. Go, Mason. Go, Mason. Let's go, Charlie. Go, Mason. Come on, Mason.
All right, back on parallel bars with NIU. A little short of that handstand, but handling it just fine, putting it right back to handstand after that moist support work. Fantastic shape there on that handstand. Back down and below the bars for his peach element, showing off that L hold. Pressing back up. These guys are so strong, it's even hard to comprehend. Back to the upper arm, big front full, and that's a step from NIU. What a great routine for them. They are fighting strong, and it is so amazing to see them gaining some numbers up there at Northern Illinois. All right, we're on high bar. I believe this is Florida Storm on high bar with us. Big double tuck to a solid stick. Definitely cannot complain about a stuck dismount from the Florida Storm there on high bar.
Come on, Jared. Come on. Go, Jared. Hi, Kevin. Fine, Jared. Come on, Jared. Come on, Jared. Go.
Again, keep it live right here. We are an hour and a half from Western Conference Championships being streamed right here on the GymACT YouTube channel.
There we go. Going. Go. Yeah.
All right, we're back on parallel bars with NIU as the Hawkeyes take to the still rings. Rings has normally been a fairly strong event for the Hawkeyes, so let's see what they can do in the bottom of the 6th rotation here at Eastern Conference Championships. Nice double back there from Minnesota, from NIU. All right, Hawkeyes up on rings. Beautiful front uprise L. That was gorgeous. Very nicely done. Again, lower start value, but executed that well definitely will help them out here on rings. Pressing up to that handstand. Minnesota stomping another vault. Nice giant work here from Iowa. Dislocate, here's his dismount, big double tuck, and just drops his hands. What a good start for Iowa with just a little Little bit of a rough ending there, but he fought hard for his team all the way through. All right, back on parallel bars with NIU.
Go, Ron.
Beautiful handstand work. That handstand shape is absolutely gorgeous there on P-bars. Back down and back up. That's called a peach element to support. Showing off that L hold. Things that are very difficult for you and I, these guys just make look easy. Overcooked the Stutz there. Looks like he might have caught his hand a little bit. Thankfully, it does look like he's okay. Fingers are very easy to munch there on parallel bars, so he's got 30 seconds. He's going to re-get with his coach, make sure he's got enough parts, know where he needs to restart the routine, and then hop back up. And as an athlete, now the hardest part is making sure that you are mentally tough enough to handle jumping back up on the equipment right now and finding a way to minimize your deduction through the end of the routine. And he does it with ease, jumps back up and just stomps that huge double tuck from NIU. And there's a stuck dismount from Iowa. That was a huge double back for them. They needed that right there. I don't know who that was, but he definitely did it for his team. That was a great fight back from Iowa. All right, it looks like Minnesota is done. And it's down to NIU on parallel bars and Iowa on still rings. Here we go, another routine from NIU on P-bars. Kip right at L. Very basic position, but done extremely well, and that's what I'm noticing from these NIU guys. Their body shapes and basics are very strong. Swings it up a little bit short there, but does manage to save it. Way to minimize the deduction. Now he's got to stay calm and calm down the rest of this routine. Right to handstand on that Diamondov element, that full spin on one arm as Iowa takes to the still rings. Huge double pack. Oh, that double pike from NIU was huge. Just looked like he went for the stick a little too hard and sits it down. Iowa on the still rings, finding a handstand. Huge double front between the rings called a tucked Yamawaki directly to a back up rise handstand. I love that combination. It presents so well. Big back giant there, swinging back the other direction. Let's see what Iowa's got for a dismount here. The last one stuck. And that's a full twisting double back with a 3/10 step. Great ring routine from Iowa. They definitely needed that. Iowa's definitely mounting a comeback here on still rings.
Yes, that's us right there. Yeah. Okay, just stay tuned then. No, thank you.
All right, looks like we have two more athletes from the Hawkeyes here. Right up through, there's that double front action again, right to another back up rise handstand. The Hawkeyes definitely love that combination, and so do I. A beautiful back giant there, keeping his arms all the way off the straps. Huge full twisting double back and just a small step. The Hawkeyes are doing such a good job of mounting their assault back from a rough pommel horse rotation there. Fantastic job from Iowa. Everybody else is locked in. We are just enjoying the last couple of athletes right here, and we're going to go ahead and spotlight Iowa for everyone right here and watch. Looks like they might have one, maybe two more guys left. Minnesota's GymACT team bringing home some big scores there on vault. All right, there doesn't appear to be any athlete at the chalk bucket, which means this should be the final routine of GymACT Eastern Conference Championships. So let's see what Iowa has for us here on the still rings. Back up rise to straight planche, incredibly difficult, lowering to a gorgeous Maltese. That belly down, hips by the rings position, so incredibly hard. It takes almost a decade to build that kind of strength, and they are showing it off here from Iowa. Another back up rise Maltese. Beautiful position, might have been a little short on the hold there, but this guy is strong. Back up rising to straddle L. You do have to have a swinging element like this to break up your strength parts. You can't do too many strength parts in a row. Up to that handstand. We're looking for a swing to handstand here. Just like that. That beautiful forward giant. The way to remember that is if you take the rings away, which way would they be flipping? That's a backward giant, as that would be a backward flipping element without the rings there. And down to a stick. That is very unusual to see. However, it probably means that they have some injury that they're trying to guard against with nationals coming up. So threw down a beautiful routine and just doesn't do the dismount. Ladies and gentlemen, unless I am incorrect, I believe that concludes the GymACT Eastern Conference Championships. I'm going to let the scoreboard cycle. Again, I am live in Chandler, Arizona at the Rawhide Event Center preparing for Western Conference Championships. So go have some awesome dinner. Love it. Hang out. We'll see you back here in an hour and 20 minutes for the western side of this competition. The Eastern guys absolutely threw down. I just refreshed my screen, and Minnesota GymACT brings home an unbelievable 321 team score. That is going to be the score to beat for any of the Western teams. We can't compare them exactly because they aren't being judged by the same eyes, but that is an unbelievable team score, as Minnesota is definitely going to be in the hunt to be crowned the king of GymACT. Temple mounted a great assault and overtook Indy Ohio to bring home second place at a 297.4. Temple made some waves at GymACT Nationals last year, and they definitely have mounted an assault on the East, proving that they are going to be a force to be reckoned with in 2 weeks in Daytona Beach. Indy Ohio, the probationary team, coming in third at a 296.45. That's one way for a new team to come out and say, we are here to play. Iowa GymACT climbing back up into fourth at a 286.85. New York Alliance to a 282.9. NIU a 282.4. That's going to be a fun battle to watch at GymACT Nationals here in 2 weeks in Daytona Beach. Georgia United coming on strong at a 270.35. There's going to be some really interesting scoreboard races going on in Daytona in 2 weeks' time. Again, keep it right here on the GymACT YouTube channel. If you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, you don't want to miss out. We posted live content this morning. I want to thank Zach out of Texas. We have a whole virtual series that he has been absolutely grinding on to get out, and we posted a new one this morning. So make sure you go check out Rocky Mountain Mavericks versus Iowa virtual duel. All right, GymACT Conference Championships winding down. I text head coach of Minnesota and president of GymACT, Mike Burns. He's walking by that camera right there. We're going to see if we can get him live, do a little interview here, see how the meet went from his perspective. What a gorgeous venue and some great gymnastics coming out of the GymACT program East Conference Championships. I was unbelievably impressed with some of just the basic gymnastics being done. You know, it's always fun to watch the incredible high-flying flips, but sometimes the smaller teams are being really smart, using the GymACT code to their benefit and just keeping things really clean and simple. And that is a great, great thing to see, because that's what's going to push the level of competition higher right there. I believe we're going to take one of the cameras and we're going to try to present the award ceremony. Sometimes we do have a really tough time with the audio, but we're going to do our best to see if we can let you guys see the awards. Again, if you're looking for the results, go to the comment section. The top pin comment is the awards from today's event, or the results. All right, don't forget, 1 hour and 10 minutes. Be right back here to watch Western Conference Championships coming to you live from Southern Arizona. We are working on trying to get an interview with President of GymACT, Mike Burns. He's wrapping some things up on the floor of the meet. As I said earlier, there are so many people involved with making sure these meets happen. We're all doing 14 different things, and it's just incredible to work with such a group that has so much passion and drive and energy for what we do.
Anthony, if you have fun. I don't know if I can hear that. Kevin, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mike.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you too. Okay, I'll come out in front of the camera. Can you see me?
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live with President of GymACT, Mike Burns. Mike, I saw some incredible gymnastics from the East Conference. Let me know what your thoughts were being on the floor, being with your team and looking around. What'd you see? What'd you feel? How was the meet?
Well, it sure was an exciting day for Minnesota men's gymnastics. We put on a good show, I think. We hit a lot of sets. We stuck a lot of dismounts, and that's what you want to do, right? And as a coach, you're hoping that your preparation of all you guys goes according to plan. People stay healthy, they get enough rest, they go to class, they do all the things the right way, and we seem to be doing that. And it paid off. We went 321 today, which was a huge score, and really happy with finally breaking over the 320 barrier. That was pretty much one of our goals this year. So I think we're set up pretty good for a couple of weeks from now when we go to nationals. But we still got a lot of work to do. Nothing was perfect, and I don't ever try to be perfect. I don't ever want my guys to try to be perfect. I think it's a evil word. I think it's all about success, and that's what I try to have my guys have. It's success, not perfection. Who's perfect? Maybe you, Kevin, but not most people. So anyway,
definitely not me, Mike.
We're pretty excited about where we're at right now. It's going to be a fun ride home, or a fun plane ride home. And, we'll get some work to do on Monday. We'll maybe take a little bit of a light day and then get right back at it. Just got a lot of routines and preparation and feeling that confidence that you need to go in and raise your hand and know you're going to hit your set.
Absolutely. Well, Mike, you guys came home with a 321 today. That is an unbelievably huge team score from GymACT. I love the giggle. I know the head coach of the Arizona program, that's kind of the big rival we're looking at, Arizona versus Minnesota. Arizona has been the king of GymACT for a long time, but I happen to know you were on a phone call with head coach Scott Barclay, who is the founder of GymACT, the former president, and I know you are quoted as saying, all you want this year is to win. And I know that's what you guys have been doing. That's what it looked like today, and it's going to be one heck of a battle. And just so you know, looking down the scoreboard in the East, it's going to be some really tight races to see how the scoreboard lands out. There are some teams that just aren't at that place to battle with the big dogs just yet, but it's going to be some really, really fun scoreboard races going on. So, Mike, if you can do me a huge favor, we might be able to present the award ceremony if you take one of the AirPods out of your ear and place it near the announcer's speaker, and then if you can take the camera that is currently on P-bars and place it at the awards area, we should be able to see and hear the whole awards ceremony. We'll do our best thank you so much for all your hard work. Josh Bittner from Florida did an incredible job helping get all these cameras set up. I'm so glad. We held right about 70 people on this stream all day long. So men's gymnastics is alive and well. We are right back here with GymACT Western Conference Championships in a little over an hour. So we're going to do our best to bring the award ceremony from the East, and then it'll roll right into Western Conference Championships. Mike, congratulations on Minnesota and being the president of GymACT. We've got a lot of great things going.
Thanks a lot, Kevin. Appreciate it. It's people like you that help make all this thing happen. So keep up the great work. You're the behind the scenes guy that makes us all look good. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Mike. Congratulations. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. Bye-bye. All right. So we need.
So, Mike, even if you take the camera that you're looking at and put it for awards and just take one of those headphones and put it as close to the loudspeakers as you can, we should get a pretty good view of the awards presentation.
Okay. So this camera that I was just on, right?
Yep. As long as it doesn't disconnect from the headphones, as long as it's not too far apart, we should get a pretty good view for these people.
Okay. Well, let's see. I'm going to find out where the announcer is going to announce from, and then I'll just bring the camera kind of over that side. It might be an angle rather than straight on, but that's okay, right?
Yep, that's perfect. So yeah, if you put the camera facing that, and then if you can take one of those headphones and go put it as close to that speaker up on the stage as we can, we should have should be on the right-hand side of the stage there. Yep,
that's
perfect.
Speaker. Got it. Okay. All right, I'll put the camera right. Well, if I'm putting the camera here and the AirPod there, is that too far apart, you think?
I don't think so. That should actually give us a great presentation. And Mike, I also have to say, I am so unbelievably jealous of the venue you guys got to compete in. What an unbelievable venue.
Beautiful. It is beautiful. It's amazing. It's like a throwback to the vaudeville days. Actually, I found out today that the Beatles played here first in America before they went on the Ed Sullivan Show back in 1962 or 3 or whatever it was. But this is the first venue they played before they did the Ed Sullivan Show. So that was pretty cool.
That's incredible. Personally, I think you guys put on a better show than the Beatles, but, you know, that's just me.
Oh, well, that's way too kind, but I appreciate it. Thanks, Jim. We should be getting ready to go pretty soon. I think they're just tabulating the scores and getting things printed out. Yep. So Greg's going to be doing the announcing. I'll put the AirPod over by the speaker, and can I just put it on the floor maybe, or is that close enough, you think?
Maybe if he's standing right there, just have him put it in his ear. If he's not super far from that phone, just have him throw it in his ear, and I'll make sure I don't say anything so I don't mess him up, and we'll have a great awards presentation for the 50 people still on the stream. Thank you to the GymACT Nation for staying on with us. Again, Western Conference Championships for GymACT starts in 1 hour.
Oh, we get to go home and have some pizza and watch them. It's gonna be fun.
That's it. All right. Audience, please enjoy the awards presentation from the GymACT Eastern Conference Championships.
Thank you. We're trying to keep up with your national anthem. Yeah, I think so. We could put a little 8-inch mat right there. Yeah, that'd be good. We could put a vaulting board over here, just jump up. Yeah. Okay, so our awards announcer is just about over here, and he's walking over trying to get some proper pronunciation, so he doesn't just massacre some names. So once he gets over here and gets that all taken care of, we'll be ready to go.
I'm in that microphone.
Why don't you go over there? Safety bumps.
Athletes, if you could make your way over to the flight B floor, we can start awards. You want both of them? Before I start awards, I want to do a special thank you to our partners in this event, Destination Cleveland, the Greater Cleveland Sports Commission, and Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine.
Regular right AirPod that was found against the back wall over there.
I have one AirPod that was dropped. Check your AirPods. So I'm supposed to hear something on this?
Oh, yeah, he's not there.
Okay.
We just get going over here.
Mike, you ready? All right, before we begin awards, I want to remind everybody that until June 1st, the Hyenas are not an official GymACT member team and are not eligible for awards tonight, but a stunning performance, and they should be very proud. Tonight we'll be awarding the top 3 on each event and in the all-around and the top 3 teams. Beginning on floor exercise, in 3rd place with a score of 13.45 from Minnesota, Henry Counts. In 2nd place with a score of 13.8, not 2nd place, tied for 1st with a score of 13.8, both from Minnesota, Charlie Larson and Joseph Pennell. These are your floor exercise champions. Congratulations. Moving on to the pommel horse. In 3rd place with a score of 13.1 from NIU, Jared Enyard. In 2nd place with a score of 13.3 from Minnesota, Kellen Ryan. And in 1st place with a score of 13.45 from Minnesota, Jack Gagamov. These are your pommel horse champions. Congratulations, guys. Salute. Now moving on to the rings. In third place with a score of 13.3 from Temple, Evan Zakruski.
Dale.
And tied for first, both with a score of 13.75 and both from Minnesota, Owen Frank and David Grossman. Gentlemen, salute. These are your rings champions. Congratulations. On to the vault. In third place with a score of 14.5 from Minnesota, Kellen Ryan. In second place with a score of 14.5 from Minnesota, Ben Letvin. And in first place with a score of 14.6 from Minnesota, David Grossman. Gentlemen, salute. These are your vault champions. Congratulations. Moving on to parallel bars. In third place with a score of 12.8 from Minnesota, Anthony Nicholas. In second place with a score of 13.1 from Minnesota, David Grossman. And in first place with a score of 13.2 from Minnesota, Kellen Ryan. Gentlemen, salute. These are your parallel bars champions. Congratulations. Moving on to high bar. In third place with a score of 13.05 from Minnesota, David Grossman. In second place with a score of 13.15 from Minnesota, Justin Lanchisi. And in first place with a score of 13.75 from Minnesota, Jack Gagamov. Gentlemen, salute. These are your high bar champions. Congratulations, gentlemen. Now on to the all-around. In third place with a total score of 77.5 from Minnesota, Ben Letvin. In second place with a score of 79.3 from Minnesota, Kellen Ryan. And in first place with a score of 79.75 from Minnesota, David Grossman. Gentlemen, salute. These are your all-around champions. Very impressive, gentlemen. Congratulations. On to our team awards. We're going to recognize the top three, although there's only a banner for the top finishing team. But we're going to ask the other two teams to come up and be recognized. In third place with a score of 288.95, Iowa. There's stairs over here if you want. Stand. Perfect, stand right there. In second place with a team score of 297.4, Temple. And your team champions with a total score of 3-2-1, Minnesota. These are your GymACT team champions. Congratulations, gentlemen. Salute. And that's a wrap for this year's GymACT Conference Championship meet. For more information on the GymACT League, please visit our website at www.gymact.com. Stay informed, and thank you for supporting GymACT. Thank you all for coming. We hope you enjoy the rest of your time here in Cleveland. Stay safe out there.
All right, we are still live here on the GymACT YouTube channel. The Western Conference Championship guys are here in Southern Arizona at Rawhide Event Center in Chandler, and we are less than 1 hour from march-in here tonight. We're about 50 minutes, so take a break. Go grab some dinner, a snack, grab some caffeine, because we're not done yet. We just watched an incredible East Conference Championship meet, and it's going to turn around and hit it hard on the west side. So make sure you come back and join us in 50 minutes. 6:25 is a march-in here in Chandler. Keep it locked right here on the GymACT YouTube channel. And again, hit that subscribe button. We got some big things coming in the next few days you don't want to miss. The Iowa versus Rocky Mountain Open, or sorry, Iowa versus Rocky Mountain virtual dual meet was posted this morning. Check that out. Hit that subscribe button. Make sure you click the notification bell. That way you know every time we make some moves and do something else.
Kevin, can you hear me? I guess not. All right.
He's muted.
He's muted.
He's muted.
And I'm gonna have you keep.
You have Jordan down.
When to stop your video. Perfect, and you're muted.
witness the transformation of an entire community. And tonight, 7 teams take to the floor to chase after one more prestigious title. With 2 weeks until national championships, every team on the floor tonight has something to prove. Every young man out here this evening is taking years of dedication, sacrifice, hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, all in the chase of the title Best in the West. Ladies and gentlemen, GymACT Western Conference Championships begins now.
And Bradley Stroud. From Northern California, the Bay Area Bandits. With head coach Will Pierce and assistant coach Andrew Fairchild. Team captain Will Pierce and Zach Miller. From Kansas City United. With head coach Rich Schiff and assistant coach Tyler Glasgow. Team captain Josh Lyon. From Texas, the Texas Alligators. With head coach Wayne Thompson. Team captain Dylan McKinney.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here live in Chandler, Arizona for Western Conference Championships with GymACT. I'm Kevin Riggle, and I've got Carl Meter. All right, real quick, as marching is happening, we're going to take a brief second, and we're going to check out how this amazing sport is scored.
And now, will you please stand for the playing of our national anthem?
All right, I apologize. Our scoring video isn't working super well, so we'll try to get that back up here in just a minute. All right, it's getting crazy in here. The gym is loud. The teams are doing their cheers, and we're getting ready for their first event, 2-minute touch. Carl, what are you looking for from Western Conference Championships today?
Well, by this time of the season, these guys should all be at their most polished point. So whatever routines we see today, they should be clean. Their skills should be, again, at their finest. The landing should be there. The execution should be there, in theory.
In theory is always a good way to put that. It's definitely going to be a very interesting competition all day. And real quick, like I said, I was able to get our scoring basics video back up. So we're going to pause for just a second. We're going to check out a quick basic scoring video to hopefully help some of our audience understand how this incredible sport is scored. Okay, let's talk gymnastics. Men's gymnastics is made up of 6 events. Floor exercise, pommel horse,
Like
still rings,
it's just
vault,
I have like all of John's balls.
parallel bars, and the crowd favorite, high bar. There are 4 types of skills on each event called element groups. Every time a gymnast completes one of these types of skills, they receive 5/10 of a point to their potential score, also known as their start value. Each skill the athletes perform is assigned a letter value with a corresponding addition to their start value, starting with A's equaling 1/10 of a point and currently going to I's equaling 8/10 of a point. All of this added together factors the gymnast's degree of difficulty. At the beginning of a routine, a gymnast begins with 10 points, known as their execution score. Throughout the routine, judges take away 1/10 for small errors, 3/10 for medium errors, 5/10 for large errors, and 1 full point for a fall from the equipment. These 2 scores added together make up the final score. Each team is allowed 5 athletes to perform on each event, with the top 3 scores counting towards the total team score. Then each event score is added together to create the total team score at the end of the competition. All right, we are in the middle of the 2-minute timed warm-up, and we are rocking and rolling here in southern Arizona. We're going to work on getting that P-bar camera turned. For some reason, it's not wanting to turn landscape. We'll see. Maybe the screen lock or something's on. We'll see if we can get that figured out here shortly. We got the other camera up. All right, today's format is going to be only 2 competing athletes at a time. We're going to bring our best to bring that to you live right here. All right, Carl, I agree with you. I think some 6 right here with some really just clean. Let's see if we've
Come on, Will!
All right. Will up for ASP on 4. Powerhouse of a gymnast here.
Nice. A pretty good start there with an amazing double layout.
Come on, Will! Come! Nice!
Bit cleaner on the dismount than he was there on the double A.
Will.
And a little bit of artistry there on
Let's
the
go,
non-acrobatic
Will.
elements.
Thanks.
Beautiful press handstand. There's that element group 1, like we just saw in that video.
Let's go, come on. Come on, Will. Let's go, Will.
We're continuing to watch Arizona on floor as Rocky Mountain takes to the parallel bars.
Now, Kevin, you said at the beginning today that Rocky Mountain was one of the most improved GymACT teams from last year to this year.
Nice. Good work, Will.
Of a storm that's been brewing there in the Rocky Mountains, and we're going to see it right here. Huge front full, just a small hop sideways there. They've really been building over the last few years, and it's really, really great to see those numbers just continue to grow and push forward. All right, we're looking at SoCal United, or SCU, celebrating their 10th season. Carl, it's unbelievable to think that they are on their 10th year already.
That's right. Their inaugural year was the year before I graduated and became a college gymnast. So to think that was 10 years ago kind of makes me feel old now.
I remember going to their inaugural competition, actually. Group of us went out before our inter-squad just to help them launch their program officially, and it was a great meet, great experience. One of the things I cherish in my life, getting to be there at the birth of a brand new college program. That's something special.
It is, especially when you consider how much the GymACT field has grown since then. I believe there were only, at the time, 4 club teams, Division III teams, and that was 7 years before really the inception of GymACT even. So to see how much the field has grown since then is amazing.
It really is. It's just incredible what GymACT has been able to achieve in a very short amount of time, essentially. And it's incredible. I have no other words. All right, I'm going to give you the call here on Still Rings for your alma mater, University of Washington.
This is Xander Agate, strong guy, starting off with a back up rise to cross. Good solid hold, locked arms, bounced across. Very impressive show of strength there at the beginning. Now moving into some swing elements, back upright straddle L, he's keeping it nice and clean. Notice the nice locked extended arms on the back upright. He's making sure to keep the details there. Every tenth you can save here is gonna matter. Locked out well on the handstand, and here he goes winding up for the dismount, full twisting double back, and almost stuck. One of the things to watch out for today is going to be the dismounts, whether it's a triple back dismount or a simple full twist. Every landing is going to make a difference. Rocky Mountain wrapping up another solid routine on the parallel bars. As Arizona State continues to put on a good show on the floor exercise.
Come on, Nikki.
Moving over to the Bay Area is Evan Hymanson on the vault with an impressive Yurchenko full.
Wow, you know, it's really hard to keep that fully stretched body position all the way through that vault, and he did such a good job of keeping it completely laid out. There was no pike deduction in that at all.
Yes.
Arizona State's making sure every landing counts.
And Nikki is an incredibly powerful athlete here, and one of the things he's not known for is his landings, and he has definitely worked on that this year.
Come on!
High bar, we have Kansas City United, a conglomerate team out of Kansas City, Missouri. They're a younger team. They've only been around a few years now, but they are making some waves because they've got some recruits that definitely have some skill. Beautiful in-bar work right to handstand as we join SCU on pommel horse. And that's a step. Carl, you said it right at the beginning. The landings are going to count, and these guys know it.
That's right. That's right. So like I was saying at the beginning, what it's going to come down to is which teams are going to be the most polished. And that comes down to the preparation work. It may not be the best team or the team with the highest difficulty that takes the title tonight. It's the team that's prepared the most, and that comes down to the details, like the landings.
Next up on Britain.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with that more. And, you know, that's one thing we noticed in the East Conference is everything was just so unbelievably clean. Even some of the younger teams that don't have the incredible difficulty, they were just so clean. Their L holds didn't take any deduction. Beautiful front upright to V hold here from Washington.
Bradley Stroud.
Another big vault for Bay Area there.
And speaking of the details, and hopefully not to jinx it, but Washington so far has been putting up a good show on the rings when it comes to staying very clean. As now Bradley's fighting a little bit to keep that handstand stable. And there's the stuck dismount from Bradley Stroud. It's important to note there is a stick bonus awarded to every landing, which means that when a gymnast is landing and hopping, it's not just the 1 to 5 tenths they're giving up for deduction. They're also giving up a minimum of 2 tenths bonus, which means a landing with a 3/10 deduction is actually giving up about 5 tenths or more. So I cannot stress enough the impact a good landing at the end of a routine has on a score over 6 events.
And there it is again, another great landing from that double front there from Aiden Myers from Arizona.
A little bit hot on the double Arabian.
Let's see if he can calm it down, and he does. Rocky Mountain back up on the parallel bars, and there's that detail. Look at that handstand shape, head's nice and in line. Very nice little short on the handstand there on P-bars. Some great group 1 work from Aiden on floor.
And that landing.
Very, very nice. And like you said, it's coming down to these landings, and boy, oh boy, do these guys know it. All right, big vault for Bay Area. Laid out Kazumatsu with just a small step. Not too bad at all. Nice and tight in the air. Bay Area, another smaller team out of, the Bay Area, and they're definitely growing in difficulty and in numbers.
Moving over on the pommel horse, Southern California United. I have to say, from last year, SoCal looks to have improved tremendously on the pommel horse.
You know,
it was absolutely one of their weaker events last year, and they are swinging well.
I couldn't agree more. And, we just watched Iowa really, really struggle today on horse. And as we come toward GymACT Nationals, I think that's somewhere that's really going to set the stack when it comes down to the finals at GymACT Nationals.
Pommel horse is absolutely going to be the event that sets a lot of teams apart from one another.
Back on the P-bars with Rocky Mountain. Nice giant work, right to handstand. Oh.
Struggles a little bit on the Moy to catch that support.
But fights back, and here we go. It's the mental fortitude right here to be able to put it back to handstand just like that Stutz we just saw. Here we go. We're winding up for a dismount, holding that handstand. Let's see what he's got. Can he find another stick for his team? Huge double tuck and just a small hop. It was a great recovery from Rocky Mountain and from Washington.
It's a beautiful dismount and a beautiful routine from Riley Lineman from University of Washington. Excuse me, the Washington Huskies.
Back over to vault. Let's see what he's got. Huge cough. But other than that, it was beautiful over the top of the table, beautiful in the air. And I think that's one of the hardest things to understand, Carl, is when we're looking at vaults, so many people just watch vaults like, oh my gosh, that was so big. But there's so many different places the judges look at. They look at the position of your body when you strike the board and the table and in the air and the landing. And overall, that was a very nice vault from Bay Area.
That's right. There are 3 phases to deduct, ignoring the springboard entry. The pre-flight, where you strike the table and the post flight before you even get into the skill itself. There is a lot to give away or a lot to save. And Will did a
Absolutely.
good job of keeping it nice and clean all the way through.
And we are watching the Mr. DiGirolamo here on floor. We talk about him every time we watch Arizona. He is so powerful, and he is definitely cleaning up those landings as he stuck that full out. Let's see what he's got here in his side pass. Big back double full for a stick again. We're getting into his group one work.
I'm a little embarrassed to admit that I can't tell if that's Ethan or Caden. They look more alike each time that I see them.
Well, you know, identical twins get that all the time. Either way, they are both incredible athletes, and they are very, very powerful young men. And there's a big back 2.5. Oh, that stick.
Southern California at it again on the pommel horse.
Fighting for that flop. Oh, thought he had it, and it just barely got on top of him.
That one pommel work is tricky, especially if you get into it and you just don't have the amplitude to keep a swing working. There's really no forcing a swing to go around when you're on a single handle like that. You've got to make sure you have the swing at the beginning to completely finish the skill.
Absolutely, especially we're talking eighths of an inch to be able to stay on versus fall on horse. And that's what, you know, a lot of people have a hard time watching horse because they again, just don't understand. And that is the beauty behind horse. It's very similar to beam in women's gymnastics. The difference between winning and losing lies in just eighths of an inch. Like that right there. His hips were just a little down, didn't have that full hip extension, ended up clipping the pommel, and it takes him off.
And again, this comes back to what we were saying at the beginning, where this is, in context, a really good routine. It has good difficulty, he swings well, but was the preparation there to make sure that when he gets on the equipment, he has the highest probability of hitting.
And then especially a team like SCU, SoCal United, that they don't get to train together very often. That is a hard thing to do. Keep that accountability to the numbers to be able to have this probability. And if you are head coach Heinz Schumeister, that's a difficult decision to make. You've got to trust your athletes to be doing the assignments on their own. All right, back over with your alma mater here on rings with the Washington Huskies.
A nice back uprise. His V-hold is a little bit short on the compression. But one thing I will take note of is Washington has shown good basic support holds through every single one of their routines. The elbows are locked throughout. They're steady in their handstands. And it's looked consistent through every routine they've put up so far.
Absolutely. It looks easy. And that's what this should look like, even though we both know it is far from it. Big full twisting double tuck.
Yeah. Now, what I said about Southern California on the pommel horse, I think I have the same thing to say about University of Washington on the rings. Not their strongest event last year, and so far they look far improved.
Absolutely. And favorite Jackson Harrison on floor exercise. Jackson is an incredibly powerful tumbler. He's got a giant opening pass right here. Jackson was one of the few GymACT athletes to qualify to U.S. championships last year, and that's why right there. Huge double tuck to a small hop. Big front double full front lay. Jackson is fighting for every single tenth in this routine. Jackson's known for putting the artistry back into it. Huge whip 2.5. And the amazing thing is Jackson does such a good job of adding the artistry back into the sport. So many athletes have a hard time putting the artistry in without giving up deductions. And Jackson, all of his artistry has no deduction in it, so it's just fun to watch.
He makes it a presentation and not just a routine, which is exactly what it's supposed to be.
Absolutely, it is. It really is artwork here. All right, let's see what Jackson's got coming into his last two passes. I apologize, that was his dismount. There's another Arizona stick. I think this might be one of the most stuck meets I have ever seen in the GymACT space. Back over the Huskies on rings.
All right.
Nice. Oh, and pulls out.
I cannot stress how much more difficult that is than just holding the cross position itself.
Absolutely. And in the GymACT League, the Iron Cross does receive a 5/10 bonus. Holy cow, Carl. There's that press position you were talking about earlier. He's got his rings turned all the way open, showing clear daylight between his arms and the straps. That is definitely the best handstand we've seen all night.
It is absolutely incredible the difference of this team has shown on the still rings right today compared to last year. And I believe that's their third stuck dismount of the rotation, if not fourth.
That might be their third or fourth in a row. That was an incredible rotation.
As a former Washington Husky myself, that was a fun rotation to watch. The dogs look good today.
Now, I won't. I might get smacked for saying this as a former ASG gymnast, but even I enjoyed the Huskies on rings today. Of course, I kid. That's one of the great things about the men's gymnastics space is we all, at the end of the day, we are all buddies. We want to see everybody hit and just see who's better prepared for the competition that day.
We're all just a big, happy, dysfunctional family.
That's a great way to put that, Carl. We are a very dysfunctional, extremely large family. But at the end of the day, like I said, we don't want to win by somebody falling, bobbling, missing, a misinterpretation of the rules, anything like that. We want to see every single athlete out here hit and see who really can come out on top.
Absolutely. We are competitive. At the end of the day, the camaraderie in this sport is unrivaled by any other. Standing by now as the athletes give the ready signal for their 2-minute touch.
Almost good. Floor is good. Good.
All right, and as we're headed into rotation number 2, and these guys are prepping for the next event, make sure if you are on this right now, double check and make sure you are subscribed right here to the GymACT YouTube channel. We've got a couple of really big things coming in the next few weeks that I promise you're not going to want to miss. Hit subscribe and then click that little bell next to it. Make sure you have notifications turned on. We've got a big announcement coming next week that we don't want you to miss. All right. Rotation number 2, the Mavericks are taking the high bar. Bay Area headed to the parallel bars. Washington headed over to vault. Kansas City and the Dillos taking to the floor exercise. Arizona over to Palm Horse as SoCal goes to rings. All right, we have 86 people on with us right now. I'm so happy you guys are here. Thank you all for logging in and watching some great gymnastics with us here. We are live in Southern Arizona at the GymACT Western Conference Championships. We are one event in right now. We're going to get some results to you guys, and we're going to go ahead and share a link in the comments here momentarily that you can check out all the live scoring as it comes to you. But before we do that, check out that very top comment right now. It is how you can donate to GymACT. GymACT is a governing body that is helping support the growth of collegiate opportunities for gymnastics. So if you are able, please, please, please consider checking that out. If you have the ability, go ahead and hop on. We love the donations and support any way you can possibly bring them.
All right. And it looks like the 2-minute timed warm-up is coming to a close. The team should be prepared to send up their first athlete to competition here momentarily. Starting with Rocky Mountain Open on the high bar.
Let's see what Rocky's got here. They had a great P-bar rotation with a couple of bobbles. They've really got to hit their angles here. The Texas Armadillos are taken to the floor exercise. And no.
We're going to go ahead and shift over to the parallel bars. It looks like we have a man down on the floor exercise.
Definitely not something we want to ever see. We'll keep you apprised. Thankfully, we do have both a physical therapist and a MD, an orthopedic doctor, on site to make sure that we all stay safe in today's competition. They're going to get him checked out and make sure he's safe as Bay Area Bandits finish up strong on P-bars.
Xander Agate starting off on the vault for Washington. I believe we're going to see a Kazumatsu, probably the most common vault of the evening, and unfortunately struggles on the landing.
Absolutely. Nicky Franz from Arizona on the pommel horse. We watched him on floor. He is the definition of tiny but mighty. He's not very tall, but man, he is powerful and he swings so fast, Carl, so quick.
Now, I got to watch a lot of Arizona State during warm-ups on the pommel horse. I said at the beginning that pommels is going to be one of the deciding elements between these teams in the final placements. Arizona does pommels very well. So if they can hit the routines that they warmed up, that is going to absolutely be an advantage for them.
I completely agree. Rocky Mountain on the high bar, throwing down some unbelievably high-flying action over here. All right, and if you're trying to follow along with our team scores, I just dropped them in the comment section. They are the top one. They are pinned. Make sure you follow along with all the action right there on meetscoresonline.com.
Moving on to Riley Lineman on the vault.
Another name we're going to hear a lot tonight. I believe he does four or five events for the Huskies. Let's see what he's got on vault here. Yeah. Let's see when that's a stick, Carl.
That is
my
hard
goodness.
Hard fought landing.
The Huskies are here and they're saying we are ready. You know, we talk about it every time you and I do any kind of a stream together. You know, I've always felt like the Huskies just haven't quite been able to put it all together. You know what I mean? They've always been right under the very, very top edge of GymACT. You know, back when you and I were on the club teams before the creation of GymACT, the Huskies were always right there, but they had such a hard time putting it together.
That's right.
And the last couple of years, they've been over some coaches changes and stuff, and I don't know why. I think they're just – I get the feeling they're just more hungry. I don't know what's changing. I don't know if they're getting pressure from some of the new teams coming up or whatever it is, but you're seeing fight like that far more often from the Huskies, and it's great to see.
It absolutely is. You know, I think the ingredients have always been there. Again, it comes down to a matter of the leadership, the coaches being able to get everything to line up all at once. They've always had either the difficulty or the execution or the consistency, but never quite all three at once. Tonight, hopefully, will be that will change.
I would love to see it. Washington's been grinding for a long time up there. Big double layout for Rocky Mountain. Coach Tabor and his signature stick throw there. Let's see what Justin Smith has for us over here on the pommel horse from Arizona.
Now, in contrast to Arizona's last competitor, he seems to be swinging a little bit slower, a little bit more controlled. That's one of the different styles of pommel horse that you're going to see, especially for taller guys.
And Justin is I mean, he's a tank on pommel horse. It's amazing. I watched this guy in full judges get up, jump up, and knock out 10 Russians in a row, and that's why he's on the lineup right there. That was one heck of a pommel set. And Arizona's telling Washington that they better stay back and better keep hitting, because Arizona's not giving up anything right here at home.
Barrier Area Bandits now on the parallel bars, starting off the great Moy support. Notice a nice full extension on the catch on the Moy.
Some great handstand work from them. SC United up on still rings. Got some Yamawaki work coming there. Little on the straps there. Managing his swing really well. And just ends up behind the handstand there.
Rings has probably got to be the most physically demanding event for several reasons, one of which being once you pick up swing on the rings, that adds an entirely different element, and that has got to be one of the most difficult things to fix once you have it.
Absolutely, especially in competitive pressure. You know, you end up with all the adrenaline and meat, and you start swinging, and you just do everything you can to correct it. And what I always tell my junior athletes is once you pick that up, you just got to get to where you can hold and just almost stop the bleeding. You got to get to where you can just hold something, get your head back in check, calm the emotion down, and then rebail and go after it again. We're on floor with KCU. As Rocky Mountain winds up, let's see what he's got for a dismount here. Interesting choice from Rocky. Only a back layout. I'm assuming there's an injury or something they're guarding against there, probably getting ready for national championships in 2 weeks.
And there's a beautiful stuck landing on the floor from KCU.
Another great pommel swinger coming up for Arizona as Washington throws down another gorgeous Kazamatsu. Holy cow. The Huskies know how to stick. Clayton from Arizona starting with his group one or leg cut and scissor work. It's all single leg. Busting out into his circle work. Camping out on that single pommel. Looked like he got in a little trouble, but he had a rescue. Can he calm down and keep it strong? Looks like he's picked his swing back up as he travels across the horse in that Savato, staying on the leather, back through the Magyar. Stepping back up for the dismount.
He definitely had to fight for that dismount a little bit. You'll notice how flat and open his swing was all the way through until the direction change right before the press where he noticeably piked. That could have very easily ended up off the horse at the wrong time.
Absolutely, and he did a great job of just recovering it. I think he was supposed to do a 360 handstand out of that, and he made the great choice to just get off the horse, take a little bit of deduction rather than risking a big fall. Huge release move from Rocky Mountain on a high bar. And a Maltese from SCU. What incredible gymnastics going on. We're sitting here at the head table, and we're literally just ping-ponging our head back and forth because SCU's on rings while Rocky's on high bar, and they are just putting on a clinic. SCU struggling a little bit in the Yamawaki.
Large error on the dismount there for Rocky Mountain. However, that was probably the biggest high bar routine that we've seen so far tonight.
Absolutely. Nice finish strong from SCU also.
Now I'll pull your direction over to the vault. We have Adrian Facundo from Washington. Very explosive vault, so much so that he actually ended up almost in the stands the last time he competed here at Arizona State.
Oh my, to the floor camera, there was a stuck massive double layout from KCU. This kid can tumble. Huge vault from Washington. Sorry, Carl, didn't mean to interrupt you. It just blew my mind. That was a beautiful double layout.
I believe that was the first double twisting vault that we've seen of the evening. We're going to see more.
Absolutely, and this is another place that is going to separate out the more, I'm going to call them the more senior teams in the GymACT program. Horse and vault, I feel like, are the two places that it's hard to build difficulty. Vault, incredibly dangerous, incredibly fast, so many different forces interacting on these athletes that it's going to be a dogfight. Pardon the pun.
Now I'll draw your attention for a moment over to the parallel bars. We just saw a very rare element. It's called a Lopez peach to back tuck.
Oh, I missed it. What? All right, I'm going back to the replay. I want to see this. Huge.
Nice,
Wow.
Healy. Some impressive support work. A little bit weak on the landing, but a very impressive showing from Evan Hymanson from the Bay Area Bandits.
Back over to the pommel horse with Mark Davis from Arizona. Some absolutely unbelievable gymnastics going on here tonight so far, Carl. And the one thing that's striking me as we go back to vault with Washington, Yurchenko, layout. That was an interesting choice in their lineup. However, what I was going to say is the one thing that really strikes me from Southwest Cup here just a few months ago was just the amount of difficulty. I mean, Bay Area just put up 2 or 3 of just skills you don't see in the GymACT program. I'm actually a little dumbfounded by that parallel bar routine. I was not expecting that. That's stuff you're going to see in the Olympic Games.
You know, to the contrary, I remember watching at Nationals last year, and I was amazed at how difficult the field was, in the sense that there were so many guys throwing large caliber skills that you would see from high-level NCAA gymnasts. I think the field is getting more difficult, and there are more guys in the GymACT League throwing these big, explosive skills than there were a few years ago.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with that more. It's unbelievable to see the growth, and it's just the fact that there's an opportunity here, and these guys that for one reason or another maybe wouldn't have continued in the sport are here, and they just get so hungry to be better and go bigger. And the funny thing is, in that P-bar routine we were talking about, there was another very unique skill called a Bobzar done directly after that peach back tuck. And we are sitting not 10 feet from the inventor of the Bobzar, Mr. Raj Bobzar himself. He is on site here at the head table with us. He is the high performance director and the men's junior development program director here in the United States for USAG. So pretty cool for that athlete to get to compete that in front of the guy who created it. We're on rings with SoCal United.
We've seen some impressive strength maneuvers so far in this routine. Straight planche, you wouldn't guess it, but in my opinion, a good straight planche is more difficult than a Maltese hold.
Absolutely, especially fully turned out the way he did it, and he lowered into it from handstand. That just blew my mind. Most of the time you see him press from L, that was some incredible feats of strength. On floor with KCU. And we've got a double angle with both cameras on this. Nice clean stick, low difficulty, but no deduction. That's definitely the game they're playing here.
You know, the recipes for success is going to be different for every team out here. Some of the senior teams have the depth and the history to kind of be able to throw some bigger stuff because they've been around. They've been able to cultivate a greater lineup, a stronger lineup. Some of these teams that are a little bit newer don't have that luxury. So to play it clean and play it safe is going to be the way to go for them.
Absolutely, and it's interesting to notate that KCU and Dillos only have 2 athletes here on the floor, and this because the GymACT program is growing so much that they had to create a small and a large team division. So KCU is here trying to qualify to GymACT Nationals as a small team division. We'll get some more information on that shortly and help our audience learn the difference between the 2 divisions. But KCU and Armadillos are both out here qualifying as small team divisions to GymACT Nationals.
Moving over to the pommel horse where Arizona is preparing to finish up a routine. One of the things to watch on pommel horse that will kind of give you a heads up, there's almost guaranteed a fall incoming, is anytime you see the hips close that much, you're almost never going to see them salvage that swing out.
Yeah, it's very unlikely that they rescue that, and that's what we were talking about earlier with Clayton, is going into his dismount, you watch the hips close, and we both thought he was coming off, and he did such a great job of just fighting it back up over the pommel.
Shape maintenance is the game to play on pommels.
Absolutely. He's working hard to pull back together, and the name of the game right now for him is mitigation. He's taking a fall. He can't give away anything else, and that's what he's doing right here. Is he's cooking something up right here coming into his dismount. Beautiful. No touching the horse. Right over and off, nice and clean. It was a strong finish.
Here we go now with Southern California on the rings. So we got kipped across, pull out, a little short maybe on the cross hold.
Absolutely,
especially
but
knowing our esteemed judge.
And again, there's that basic. All he did was a back up rise, but locked arms, rings fully turned out. I'm a little bit of a gymnastics nerd for just zero duction to gymnastics.
Southern California keeping it short and sweet, and it has paid off.
And that's another solid stick for SC United. And that's the big thing. That's the name of the game here, is who can stick, who can minimize all their deductions down to 1/10 instead of 3. KCU back on floor.
A massive full twisting double back.
I don't know what's in the water in Kansas, or in Kansas City, but I wouldn't mind drinking some of it. Big triple fulls, a second pass. Coming back with a 2.5, small hop.
So now we see Kansas City stacking up some difficulty in their routines.
Absolutely. Their first couple guys on floor had a couple of larger passes, but didn't hold their difficulty all the way through. And this floor team seems to be stacked with D's and C's all over the place.
Which, unlike your report card, is a good thing.
I don't know. That's what my report card looked like most of the time. Huge back double full for a stick from KCU. That was a great, great showing of what they're capable of. All right, back over to the event we've been talking so much about. Aiden Myers on pommel horse. Let's see what he's got. See if he can hold on to that shape and stay on the horse. Carl, I think
right off the bat,
I think I should just stop talking about pommel horse. During the Eastern stream, I did that probably about 4 times where I said, hey, let's watch this guy, and then they fall. So maybe it's just me. Maybe I should just stop commentating on guys' routines. All right, and as we've been talking about, the mental toughness right here, you're only allowed 30 seconds to get with your coach, learn what you need to do, where you need to pick up, and then just put it back together. You've got to let the fall go. You can't let it get to you, because now Aiden's whole job is to fight back and keep the energy from his team up, because this is only the second event. If they lose momentum now, it could be one heck of a battle to try to keep it going all the way through event number 6.
And speaking of momentum, he seems to have regained his there to finish up a beautiful routine. Unfortunately, with a bit of damage control in the middle.
Yep, but he did control the damage, and that's the name of the game after a fall, is how much can you make up? If you normally take a 1/10 or a 3/10, can you turn it into a 0 deduction or only a 1/10? That's the name of the game. A lot of guys get up and they try to be too perfect and they cause another fall, and that's a big issue. Kansas City preparing for some of the rumors of the new code with that single leg balance element there. Down into his Group 1 work. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of Group 1 from this routine.
I believe you are correct.
Anytime you see an athlete on floor that's got knee braces or ankle braces on, it either means we're going to see some insane high-flying elements, or we're going to see a routine that just needs to go down for the team, and that's exactly what KCU's putting up right here. They are putting up a routine to hold on to a team score, and it's done very beautifully. Great routine construction, very smart, minimal impact on the athlete 2 weeks out from national championships, and just no deduction. All right, Carl, I have the scoreboard up in front of me, and it's an interesting read. Now, not everybody has done the same events. Some events tend to score higher than others. Some end up scoring lower. Typically, vault scores probably the highest out of any event, and pommel horse or rings, depending on the judging panels, normally score the lowest. Washington, your current leaders in GymACT Western Conference Championships at a 107.4. Bay Area, currently in second with a 102.25. That is unbelievable. Even the fact that they've already done parallel bars and high bar, and they're headed to vault, or I'm sorry, they've already done vault and parallel bars. It's amazing that they're up there hanging with Arizona State, who's currently in third at a 102.15, continuing with Rocky Mountain at a 96.35. SC United at an 86.7, with Kansas City close on their heels at a 72.2. And unfortunately, like I said, the Armadillos only have 2 scores out here, and we're not sure if their other athlete is going to continue the meet after that fall on floor. We'll get a quick update on them shortly, and it's an interesting stack. I never thought I would see in any combination of this meet that Bay Area would actually be ahead of Arizona State.
What's interesting still is Arizona State has already done the floor exercise, which is historically one of their strongest events. However, the highest scoring rotation so far has been Washington on the still rings with a 55 even.
That is amazing. Now, one thing I do have to point out from when you and I called nationals last year, Arizona was in the middle of the pack or off the podium until they went to rings. They made up 5 points and just took off from the whole pack starting on rings. So let's see what we've got on rings. We're going to hear a lot of the same names we've been hearing all night with the addition of Nikki Foster, Elliot Foster, who's going to be definitely a counted score here on the rings for Arizona. Again, please make sure you have clicked the subscribe button to the GymACT YouTube channel. Make sure that you guys are locked in with everything we're doing here. We're putting out more great content all the time. Make sure you have hit that subscription button. We're trying to hit 1,000 people on our YouTube channel. It's our next big goal. We've picked up a bunch tonight from the Eastern Conference. We would love to pick up a bunch from the Western. We're shy of 800. I would love to see 800 subscribers on the screen when we finally end this incredibly long live stream today. So make sure you are subscribed and click that notification button. We've got a big announcement coming next week that you definitely don't want to miss. We're here in the open warm-up of GymACT Western Conference Championships. We're 2 in, and we've seen some absolutely incredible gymnastics tonight, and we can't wait to watch more. Arizona will be taken to the still rings. The Dillos and KC United, Texas and Kansas City, are on the leather over on pommel horse. Rocky Mountain taking to the floor exercise, with Bay Area Bandits taking to high bar. Washington going to parallel bars, which is normally a pretty strong rotation with them, but they do struggle with just a little bit of consistency on parallel bars. So we'll see if they've got that corrected. And SCU headed to vault. Again, GymACT is a non-profit organization. It's all self-funded. All these teams out here are completely privately funded. These guys have to fundraise and do whatever they have to, and sometimes pay out of their own pockets to cover things for the team, like their jerseys and things like that, some of their travel or food while they're traveling. So if you want to help continue to grow the incredible sport of men's gymnastics through the GymACT League, make sure you check out gymact.org, go to the fundraising page, and see all the different ways you can get involved. If you have a young athlete at home and want an amazing camp to send them to, I know there are a few more spots open at GymACT Camp this summer. It is one of the greatest camps I've ever seen. It's incredible. They're in Colorado, pretty easy to get to, at a great venue. They're at Extreme Altitude Gymnastics. So check all that out on gymact.org. All right, we are locked in to rotation number 2 with Bay Area on high bar. Nice big double tuck, and there's another stick, Carl. It's been a long time since I've been at a meet with this many sticks so far, and we are only the top of the 3rd rotation. All right, we're with Rocky Mountain Open here on the floor exercise. Small hop there. Nice Yurchenko full from SC United. All right, some nice group 1 work from Rocky Mountain here on floor.
And unfortunately, the video seems a little bit behind on the parallel bars to miss what's a very uncommon mount sequence on the parallel bars from Xander Eggett.
And he's continuing this very, very nice parallel bar routine. Nice handstand work here.
Parallel bars, I do think, is still the event that the Huskies have a lot of improvement to show. Whether they have it today or not has yet to be determined.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. I was saying I feel like the Huskies, with a beautiful stick there, have always had some pretty good difficulty on parallel bars, but they definitely have some consistency issues.
Absolutely.
And so far, they are starting off strong. Now, normally, as a coach, when you're talking about any kind of strategy, building your lineups, you definitely look at your first guy, in my opinion, is your guy that you almost guarantee is going to hit. Doesn't really matter the score. It's normally the guy that's going to hop up and just get a solid hit routine. It'll get the team excited. It'll pick some energy up. And that's exactly what they brought right there. We're joining the Bay Area Bandits here on High Bar.
Now, as you watch High Bar today, you're going to see a large variety in the flight elements to be performed, some of which are going to be a little bit basic. They're just going to be there to get the element group out of the way and get done. And some of them are going to be more powerful or more technical. Definitely one of the things to watch today.
Absolutely. As we join Will from ASG on still rings. These guys are strong on rings. SoCal United coming in hot on vault. Little stutter, but still pulls together a gorgeous Kazamatsu.
Arizona State starting with the Kip Maltese on the rings. Maltese is one of the more advanced and more valuable strength holds that you can show on the still rings.
Right in that beautiful, iconic Iron Cross that does receive a 5/10 bump in this league.
So he's shown good support work so far. However, as he finishes his routine, he's going to have a little bit of swing to contend with, which he does very well, leading to a stuck landing. Very good start on the still rings for Arizona State.
All right, and we're back over on parallel bars with the Huskies. Strong start so far. Very nice Healy, and that is a gutsy skill right there. It looks pretty easy, honestly, from a spectator standpoint, but is completely blind the whole way down. You just kind of hope your hand's there, because if it misses, it turns your ribs into a xylophone.
One of the things I've learned on the P-bars over the years is that hope is for chumps. You got to do what you got to do to guarantee that that bar is where your hand is where that bar is.
Very well said, Carl. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I've been announcing the junior session of this meet for 3 days now. So my brain's turning into a little bit of mush, and I am just here enjoying some great gymnastics. The Huskies, we said they had some consistency issues on P-bars, and Carl,
I am happy to say that does not seem to be the case so far.
Now we're going to knock on some wood. Hopefully we didn't just jinx it. I would love to see them just absolutely throw down. Big whip to 2.5 on floor for the Rocky Mountain Mavericks.
Important note to make on floor connections. It is going to be you're going to see a lot of big skills connected to very basic front layouts or back layouts. In the code, the way it is written now, you get connection bonus by connecting single flipping, non-twisting salto skills over connecting two more difficult skills, which is an interesting thing that the FIG has done.
Absolutely.
And not something that I'm terribly fond of, if I'm going to be honest.
I but I agree. It's much more fun to watch them connect massive skills. We did just see our second double twist on vault, and that came from SCU. They're definitely in a little bit of a rebuild here. They gained a lot of steam and then lost a little bit of ground and rebuilt, and Washington pulling out the recovery of a lifetime on parallel bars. That was a Diamondov that his feet did not pass above his shoulders until he caught the bar. What a save from the Huskies.
And an outstanding routine on the floor from Rocky Mountain.
All right, we're on the leather with the armadillos, and that is a hard place to be in. That scissor work at the beginning is so basic. Sometimes guys they just don't give it quite the mental fortitude it needs, and you come off, and that's so hard to pick up right there. And that's another stuck dismount from the Huskies on parallel bars.
Will Pierce from the Bay Area Bandits, definitely the guy to watch on high bar. One of the most, if not the most unique routines we will see tonight.
Absolutely, the Dillos finishing strong on pommel horse.
And I was half expecting connection right there. I have seen him in competition connect that Takahara or that talk half immediately to Stalder Tkachev out.
Unbelievable. Those were German giants we just witnessed there.
And now he's going to move into the opposite, Russian giants. Will's got some bendy shoulders for a guy his size.
Yeah, he does. And this dismount, he's known for just launching this thing into the stratosphere. Let's see what he's got today. Huge.
Couldn't quite keep the feet down. Notice the chest was a little bit low on that landing. Key to a good landing is to always keep your posture upright so the force goes straight up and down.
And we're with Elliot Foster over here on still rings with Arizona. Unfortunately, it looks like we lost the signal to our high bar and parallel bars cam. Our camera operator's working on getting that back. What a save from Elliott on Arizona.
Double twisting, double tuck, almost stuck. It's going to be interesting to see which teams are going to be putting up those bigger, more valuable dismounts tonight over the simple, get the credit and get done ones. Rocky Mountain continuing on the flare exercise, moving through their element group ones, their non-acrobatic skills. And a double twisting dismount to wrap it up. It seems like our video feed over on P-Bars and Vault is back.
I would not have given that time. But I wasn't going to say it.
Beautiful routine from Kansas City there on the pommel horse. All right, this rotation's winding down just a little bit. All right, back on the horse with Kansas City. Right up into that handstand. Nice, strong finish for that routine.
All right, and Washington's Bradley Stroud on the parallel bars, mounting from the middle. Now, those peach elements, you're going to see a lot of them today. You're going to see a lot of deductions on those today because you're supposed to be catching those at or above horizontal. So anytime they're catching those skills with their feet beneath the bars, that is a considerable deduction.
And Bradley is just working this P-bar routine. Some short holds there. Looks like he's got it calmed down, but he just stayed tight. And like you said, there's no luck. He's not a chump. He put that bar where he wanted it. Big front full.
There's the landing.
These guys are definitely all out here just knowing that GymACT National Championships is 2 weeks from tonight in Daytona Beach, Florida, and they're throwing it down. Aiden Myers doing a very unique swing to strength. The Hamna to L hold, that is so much core strength to hold those toes above the belly button when you catch like that. Oh my God, Bay Area. Wow. Back into those German giants. Bay Area can definitely high bar sets down. Arizona, 1.5 double tuck. Very rare to see that coming in blind as we watch Bay Area. Let's see if he can finish this incredible routine strong for the Bandits.
Massive double twisting, double layout.
Wow. One of the high bar routines to contend. I don't know anybody else that's going to have difficulty that big in this meet. That was huge. Stutter step on vault. And it's to his stick. Way to handle that. Just 2.5 on floor there from Rocky Mountain Mavericks. Showing off the group 1 work. On the group 1 is the non-acrobatics.
All right. Rocky Mountain preparing to wrap up a routine as Riley Lineman begins his on the parallel bars. And again, there's that peach basket below horizontal. Not a deduction you want to be taking.
And Rocky Mountain stuck another as they stick that front full dismount on the floor exercise. See what the Huskies have for us over here on P-Bars as Kansas City United is on the leather on Pommel Horse.
All right, Washington wraps up with a double pike to a small step. Their landing control on parallel bars has been significantly better than it's been in the past. They are absolutely showing better consistency this year. Whatever head coach Eli Richardson and assistant coach Bob Young have been doing this past year, it's showing.
Absolutely. You know, we've talked about the consistency Washington has historically had issues with on P-Bars, and it didn't show tonight. All right, Caden DiGirolamo right here on floor.
Rather, he's swinging rings over the floor.
And I'm gonna get in trouble for that later. This is Ethan DiGirolamo, not Caden. I apologize. They're gonna come talk to me about it afterwards. I'm sorry. But so strong. Look at this. Turned all the way out, completely off of the straps. Some of the biggest strength moves we've seen.
Good catch on that handstand.
And just takes a small hop. Other than that, a fantastic routine for Mr. DiGirolamo.
And here goes Rocky Mountain for, I believe, the final routine of the rotation. The great stuck double back.
And we're going to spotlight it, watch it in nice and tight for everybody, as Rocky Mountain is definitely showing that they're on the upswing. They aren't having any rebuild seasons. They're just building steam right now.
So far, the recipe of big skills and small landing seems to be working. Not necessarily stuck, but mitigating the landing deductions wherever he can.
And I think that's a great thing. You know, head coach of the Arizona program, Scott Barclay, used to tell us 1/10 or less. Don't always go for the stick, just 1/10 or less. Because sometimes when you hunt after that stick a little too hard, you end up with a fall. And that's what the Mavericks seem to be doing. Right there, you saw he fought for the stick, and as soon as he knew he couldn't do it, as soon as he knew he was a little too chest forward over his toes, he was going to take that step. He took one small hop, and that was it. Looked like we did have a little bit of an injury there, but he's up on his feet, back walking around. That's what we like to see. So we're coming back to rings, and this is an interesting situation. The judge's hand is up, which means Nikki Franz from ASG only has 30 seconds to get his hands on those rings, or it is a 3/10 behavioral deduction.
Come on, Nikki!
It will be very interesting to watch that score to see if that was a 3/10 deduction or not. I saw the judge looking at his wristwatch. That means it was close. But Nikki, as we were talking about earlier, extremely powerful, extremely strong. This will be a fun routine to watch.
The back uprights, a straddle planche, press to handstand.
A straight planche press handstand. Amazing.
With no deviation in support.
Pocket!
He's got a little bit of swing he's got to mitigate here. Swing. What a great job by Nikki. Right up into that straddled support that breaks up his strength elements.
To a second planche hold.
Nikki is strong. He may not be able to walk on water, but I'll bet you he can swim through land. Here, let's see if he can. That's another full twisting double tuck to a stuck dismount for Arizona State.
I would hazard a guess that that would be probably the highest scoring rings routine of the evening so far.
You know, I would be shocked if it's not. Arizona proving that they've got what it takes on rings. Great, great gymnastics from Nikki there. And ladies and gentlemen, we have 94 people watching this live as it's happening. So we have yet to break 100 concurrent viewers on a stream. So if anybody's got some friends that aren't watching, pull those phones out, log in, hit that subscribe button, smash the notification button. Let's push this over to 100 viewers. Let's make sure we prove to the world men's college gymnastics is alive and well here at GymACT West Conference Championships. As we wait for the final scores to come in, we'll give you a quick update. All right, the athletes are rotating. We've got a quick pause here while they get to their next event. They're going to go to their 2-minute one-touch warm-up. This is where they just get to refamiliarize themselves with the equipment, make sure they're comfortable, confident, and ready to go for their next event.
Go, Volt.
All right, I think all the scores are in. We've got a quick score update for you. And Washington getting rid of the consistency issues on P-bars definitely paid off. After rotation number 3, they are the current winners of, the current winners right now at 59.55. That is unbelievable.
That's right.
Arizona, with that final ring routine in, is a 157.05. So Arizona's definitely climbed over Bay Area, but they've still got some work to do to catch up to Washington. And this is a place we've been many times in the past. Washington comes out crazy strong, and Arizona's got to chase them. But Arizona's really, really known for being able to chase from behind. Let's see if the Huskies can hold them off, or how long they can hold them off and keep them behind. The biggest thing is the Huskies haven't gone to Pommel Horse yet. So we'll see how that goes. Bay Area holding on to a strong third place at a 152.3. That is incredible. Again, I never thought Bay Area as a young team, I didn't think the Bandits would be this high up on the scoreboard. Rocky Mountain at a 147.35, definitely within striking distance of that third place. SoCal United holding on at a 140.25, and Kansas City at a 91.5. However, they only had one Pommel Horse routine in the score system right now. All right, we are warming up rotation at number 4 here at GymACT West Conference Championships in Southern Arizona at the Rawhide Event Center. We've had 5 amazing rotations of junior gymnastics at this competition, and we are at the GymACT session right now watching some very interesting scoreboard battles going on, and let's see what we've got. There's some interesting stuff getting warmed up on high bar over there. Washington might have a few things that I wasn't aware of that could make this a very interesting last couple rotations.
That's right. I've gotten a sneak peek of what's going down on high bar. If things go as planned, Washington's going to have some good stuff to show off.
This is going to be a fun meet to watch.
Pompey!
The last time the Huskies beat Arizona was actually in 2022. Well, the Arizona team was dealing with some issues outside of the team, some things outside their control that kept them from training for about 3 to 6 weeks, and the Huskies capitalized on that and got in front of them, and then Arizona brought it back at Nationals and just barely snuck back in front of them. That is the only GymACT Nationals Arizona hasn't won to date. They lost to Iowa right after Iowa became a GymACT program. So let's see if the Huskies have it in them to keep that pressure on Arizona through the second half of this competition.
Go Ducks!
No commentator bias here at all.
None.
None. Neither one of us are alumni of either of the teams that are on the floor. I don't know. I got Mark by a couple of years ago, the head coach of Arizona program. I love that man to death. He is an unbelievable person. He has taken on so much for the sport of men's gymnastics. But I've told him I would love to see what happens when Arizona finally does get beat by the Huskies, because it's going to send them into a world of just fighting that I don't think we've seen from the Arizona program since maybe it was cut back in the 90s, and I'd be very interested to see what comes of that reality. And to be honest, the Dogs deserve it. They've been fighting for so long, and like I said, this current iteration of the team is so hungry. I want to see them get fed.
That makes 2 of us.
Bay Area Bandits kicking off rotation number 4 on the floor exercise. Carl, you said at the beginning this meet's going to come down to landings, and I don't know if you called every gymnast here and told them that, but they definitely understood their assignment.
Yeah, floor more so than any other event, because there's a minimum of 5 landings per routine.
That's a good.
In my experience, there's usually about 1.5 points up in the air, depending on whether you can just keep your feet down after every landing or not.
All right, Washington starting it off on high bar. We've got a coach holding a mat, which means we're going to see a big release move right here. If I had to guess, we're going to see a Tkachev. The straddle, the reverse hecht is how it's also called, right over the bar, and just peels his hands off. We're going to keep an eye on that. Hopefully he's not injured there. Sometimes it just knocks the wind out of you a little bit, and he just needs a minute to get back up. He does appear to be okay. Coaches are verifying before they allow him up, as they should. It's a very, very smart coaching move to not let your athlete just pop right up. Rocky Mountain, take it to the line.
That's right. I've made that mistake once in my career where I stood up before I was ready to, and I'll tell you right now, competing the rest of your routine when you can't breathe is not very much fun.
Absolutely, and once you stand up, that 30-second timer begins. If you're still on the floor, it's up to the judge at the event if they think you're, just kind of laying there hanging out, or if you actually need that time. Rocky Mountain hitting a beautiful one more set. Here we go, Washington back up on the pipe for a second chance at this release.
There we go. The hard thing about missing the release is if it's your only one, you have to repeat it or risk giving up the element group credit, which is 5/10.
And you lose the C value in that case for that skill. So that fall costs almost 2 points if he doesn't, or it does come on that up and repeat it. And just having the confidence to be able to jump up and catch a release you just missed, that's the mental toughness.
That's right. So Washington now having to cover for that routine is going to be a little bit on the back foot as this rotation gets underway.
Dilla just overcooking a full twisting double tuck on the rings. SC United starting off with their leadoff guy here on parallel bars. I happen to know that he is a freshman from Perfect 10 Gymnastics out of Tehachapi, California. Definitely a more basic routine, but keeping it simple and finding a stick, and that's going to get his team hyped up and ready for the rest of the rotation. Peter understood his job, and he went and did it well.
And who's going to tell Will Pierce that his double back is too big to be a double back?
Carl, I think that's your job. 2 side passes. I love Will Pierce because he's going all the way around the floor. He's doing an entire routine of all side passes. He did one down the diagonal, all the way around, and he'll use the other diagonal as a dismount.
Around the world. He must be a Daft Punk fan.
I have joked about doing this. I've never seen somebody do it in competition. And on top of that, it's a good routine.
Good angle hold on the V, maybe a little bit short on duration.
Some strong presentation. As we said, this is the leadoff guy. He's not the most difficult guy on the floor.
But he can seal the deal.
That's it. And he gets him started off strong. The Bandits have a hit on floor. The Mavericks taking the leather. All right, Washington back up, trying to make up for the fall in that last routine. Now, it's important to note this is a 5-up, 4-count format. That means that 5 guys will go on each piece of equipment. You'll see a 6 if there's an all-around in that lineup. Oh, here we go.
And by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, my gosh.
Galen Henriquez, I better be kissing those dowels when he is done with this set.
Wow. Arm coming out of his shoulders. Another big flying giant release. Winding up, let's see if he can take this excitement home with a big dismount for the Huskies.
Yes, he can. Exactly the routine they needed.
And you see the excitement from his teammates there. That was...
Come on, Ryan!
What?
That was the longest reach I've seen on a Kovacs. The longest successful reach on a Kovacs I've seen in a long time.
Come on,
wow.
Let's go!
Bring that to you live. Big double vault from Ryan Swachino.
Arizona State, I know from experience, is going to put up some big vaults. This is where they're going to make up ground.
Absolutely, but with high bar routines like that, Washington's not giving it up. As I was saying before that incredible high bar routine, it is very important to note that this is a 5-up, 4-count meet, which means you're going to see 5 routines, but they only count the top 4 scores. So that fall from high bar for Washington isn't the end of the world as long as the rest of the lineup hits.
Evan Hymanson getting ready on the floor for Bay Area Bandits. I have a feeling we're going to see some high-flying elements here.
Let's keep an eye on the floor exercise camera as he comes in strong with a big mount.
And as I was saying before, you're going to see a couple connections today that began from either a front or a back layout. Those single flipping, non-twisting elements to a D or higher value scale will get you 1/10 bonus.
All right, we're keeping an eye on Bay Area as the Bandits continue through this floor exercise. But again, we're keeping an eye on Washington, who's the current leader at the turn, which is the halfway point through the meet. Beautiful gymnastics from both Bay Area and Washington. Bay Area coming in strong for a dismount here. Washington showing off that one arm, getting a hand all the way behind him. Here we go, 2 dismounts. What are we going to find?
Triple twisting dismount on the floor from Evan Hymanson. And a full twisting double lay that almost flew too close to the sun for Bradley Stroud on the high bar.
Another great routine from Washington there on high bar as Aiden Myers comes in hot on vault. Let's see what he's got. Interesting choice in the lineup to go from a double twisting vault back to a single twisting vault. Rocky Mountain was cooking there with that floor or with that pommel horse routine and just got a little in a hurry and got his hips back and found the side of the horse. Jumps back up for his dismount again. Can he repeat it? Oh, and trying to repeat like that is so hard. SCU laying down a nice, really clean basic P-bar set over here to a nice double back and just sits it back. Again, Carl, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the curse of dismounts and I need to stop talking about them.
Speaking of dismounts, here goes Rocky Mountain with a successful attempt. Moving on now to Riley Lineman from Washington on the high bar.
As KCU is up on the still rings. Keeping an eye on this high bar rotation. Kansas City out here showing strong. I believe they're in their third competitive season, maybe their fourth. And they are building some steam for sure.
Riley Lineman beginning his routine with one of my favorite high bar elements called a Zulaman. Full twist in, full twist out on the one arm, and a beautiful Tkachev.
The Huskies are hungry with a nice pop. Bay Area Bandits taking to the floor exercise. There's that one-arm giant again. And I love that the Huskies don't do the barely pull your hand off the bar. They're dropping that hand all the way down. Big laid up. Double back for a solid stick from the Huskies. They are hungry, and I think they might have a chance to eat here.
Let's go, P! Come on, Caden!
Team captain Caden Peacock on vault. Coming back from a shoulder injury. It's great to see him back out on the floor exercise here. Such an incredible athlete. Let's see what he's got on vault for Arizona.
Yes!
Yurchenko double full with a 3/10 step. Solid. The Huskies and Arizona are in a tight locked battle here in rotation 4.
Bay Area Bandits continuing to do the work on the floor exercise as Southern California United starts on the P-bars. Showing some good handstand work.
Little rush to that pirouette, but he handled it really well.
And there's that element before the Healy. Now he did find his hand, but unfortunately not fast enough to make sure his swing squares up. Parallel bars unfortunately becomes very difficult when you don't stay parallel with the bars.
But a massive is huge. Rocky Mountain down on the leather, traveling elements all the way across the horse. You can tell he's getting tired. His team's getting really loud, finding the dismount, swings it up with a little bit of a stall. But wow, I thought I was coming back down. That was a fight right there from Rocky Mountain. We've got some great gymnastics coming in here in our 4th rotation. Kansas City United back up on the still rings. Very nicely done. Front uprise to L hold. This is what we've been talking about all night. I am just a giant geek for gymnastics done that well as Washington goes back to the high bar. He's got an interesting situation here. We have a torn grip on high bar. This is considered equipment failure, which I believe means beautiful back 1.5 off ring. Sorry, full ADOG moment there. It's a very rare element. KCU sticking a back 1.5 off rings. So Huskies have torn a grip on high bar. What that means is that the routine gets to completely restart. It is the only time you get a do-over in this sport is if there is equipment failure outside the gymnast's control. But now, the big question, Carl, does he have a backup set of grips that he is confident enough in to be able to lay down a high bar routine here?
Well, if he doesn't personally, I guarantee he's got a couple of teammates that wear the same size grip as him. Usually that's good enough.
And that's a sketchy place to be. We're going to find out how much confidence he has in his ability to swing high bar when we swing back over as the Bandits are back up on floor exercise as Jackson Harrison is up for Arizona on vault.
Now, not only was that one of the nicest vaults in the air that we've seen tonight, if you notice how vertical the blocking angle was, Arizona State has done that better than any other team so far in the competition.
Absolutely, and I can't wait. In 2 weeks, we're going to be at GymACT National Championships, and we're going to get to watch some of the greatest gymnastics we saw a couple hours ago from the East Conference, duel it out with things like that you just saw from Jackson in the West. All right, we're up on the leather with Rocky Mountain. A circle, hip angle starting to collapse a little bit. Can he push? Not quite. Carl, you said it earlier, as soon as you generate that hip angle, it's so hard to recover from it.
All right, Southern California wrapping up a good routine on the P-bars. Southern California had a little bit of a rough rotation. We saw a lot of good, we saw a little bit of bad. They seem to have recovered fairly well, though, at the end. And with a high-flying Yamawaki, here is Xander Agate. I believe he is a senior this year. And you're going to see another one here. Call him Markelov. Don't see that one too often.
Wow.
Struggles a little bit on the kip cast out.
That Yamawaki, that first release move, is almost as high as the legend Charlie Tamayo.
All right. A shorter routine than we've seen so far in this rotation from Washington. He's playing it safe. He's hitting his requirements. He's staying clean. He's getting off the equipment.
Absolutely. Bay Area back, putting down a clinic here on Floor Exercise. Again, if you are not subscribed or have notifications turned on for the GymACT YouTube channel, make sure you take a moment, hit that subscription button for me. Like I said, we're hoping to find 800 people by the end of the night. We were at 770, I think, when we started this stream, so we're only looking for 30, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks we find the other 200 we need to hit our goal of 1,000. So make sure you like, subscribe, share, post on your social medias. You're obviously on here. We've got 89 people currently watching this stream. We want to share the incredible gymnastics that's being done in the GymACT space.
All right, and the Bandits wrap up another routine on the floor, a little bit short on the landing.
And we are just waiting for this exciting conclusion of the Washington Huskies on high bar. Looks like the member that broke a grip has found another pair, whether they're his or someone else's. He is chalking up and ready to take to the high bar. Carl, what's going through your head right now if you're that gymnast standing there at that chalk tray, knowing that you have one fall in the books, you have to hit, or your team's going to count a fall?
Well, like I said at the beginning, it comes down to how prepared you are for the routine you're about to do. If you've put in the work and you're confident in what you've done in the gym, this should be a breeze. Even with the pressure, it should be one more repetition and nothing else.
And this is where we're going to find out how many.
Now, with the added element of swinging on grips that you maybe are not your primary pair, you know, if that's going to affect you mentally or not, it's hard to tell. And I don't know if it's easy to see on screen or not. Trevor Ruggieri's a big guy.
Well, we're going to find out if he's done the work to make this just another rep right here. Starts off strong. Let's see what he's got for us. He's milking that right grip around. Looking for a little better grip for his Adler element. Finds it. Definitely
makes it through, albeit with a little bit of angle. You got to make sure you're hitting those supports immediately to vertical. Here he goes for his Tkachev on the bar, as he does.
This is looking strong for him. Definitely was a little unsure of that grip at the beginning. Puts this one a little bit close, but works out of it.
Now, the thing to have done there was probably to try to kip and swing to handstand out of that kip and just done a direction change for the dismount. But thinking on your feet like that, or thinking on your hands rather, is a challenge. So while he doesn't take the fall, there's absolutely going to be a large deduction in there in the middle for the lack of continuation of the swing.
Absolutely. It should be a 5 for the stop on the bar and another 3 for the direction change. So definitely mitigated it, definitely kept it calmed down and kind of kept it from being a full-blown disaster. So he did a great job of just handling that, like you said, just thinking quick on his hand and making a decision. All right, we are headed into rotation at number 5. All right, we're waiting for a couple of scores to come in before we start calling anything here. Let's let everything come through. Because there still is a discussion over at the high bar table a little bit there. Meet ref Peter Wigging is verifying that the judges made all the right decisions with everything that just happened there. So pretty solid routines. Good as they're built in. Should change that Washington score just a little bit. All right. Again, make sure check out GymACT.org for both the GymACT camp. If you have a gymnast that wants to go to a great summer camp this summer, there are a few more spots. Check that out at GymACT.org. Or if you're loving everything you're seeing and you want to help support the incredible mission of GymACT to continue collegiate gymnastics opportunities across the nation, make sure you find the donations and fundraising page. If you have the ability, they are so unbelievably just appreciated and they go to such great use. And also, I want to give a huge shout out to the 86 people currently watching this stream. None of this would be possible without you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, subscribe, and share. Share. All these teams have social medias. Hop on them. Rocky Mountain Mavericks right now probably has one of the greatest social media presence. Their head coach, Tabor, does a Mavericks Monday known as Tabor Time, and it's absolutely hilarious. Check it out. And make sure you get involved with all these teams, as they're just incredible. Many of these guys work, go to school full-time, and train 25, 30 hours a week. And they do it all for the sport. All right, final score has come in, and we've got some interesting changes to the scoreboard as the athletes begin their 2-minute one touch. Arizona State takes the lead at 211.25. That's going to be an interesting to watch. Washington not far behind them at a 209.25. So we are one good or one bad rotation away from that changing. However, those two are starting to run away from the pack as Bay Area holds on to that third place at a 202.65. Rocky Mountain holding on strong at a 190.9. SC United at a 185.8. KCU rounding out the top six at a 121.1. Now, something important to note, KCU is a small team, so they're only counting 3 scores on most pieces of equipment, and it looks like maybe only 2 on pommel horse. So they had a full floor squad, only had 2 on pommel horse, and probably had 2, maybe 3 on rings. Definitely 3 on rings. These guys are absolutely killing it. Right now, Arizona State has the top floor score put in for any team. And pommel horse. Arizona State still owns that one, but not all teams have gone. And Washington still holding on to the highest individual event score of the day with that rings rotation holding on at a 55.0 over Arizona State's 54.9. This is going to be an exciting rotation 5 and 6, Carl.
It absolutely is. And I'd like to make the point that Arizona State had by far more difficulty on rings than Washington did. But their execution so far has been unmatched.
Absolutely. All right, we are headed for rotation number 5. The Huskies go to the floor exercise, which is normally a fairly strong event rotation for them. Bay Area travels over to the leather on pommel horse as Rocky Mountain goes to the still rings. KCU and the Dillos go to vault. Arizona goes to parallel bars, which is historically a really strong event for them. So it's going to be interesting to watch the Huskies versus Arizona here on floor and parallel bars, as SC United is going to have to do some work here on high bar. We are getting ready for rotation number 5 here in Arizona.
Now, as we're looking at the top two teams here, Washington on floor and Arizona on the P-bars is an interesting matchup. Washington has the potential to make up some ground here, provided they can watch the landings, like we were talking about earlier. Bradley Stroud as their lead up, doing a good job of stacking up some difficulty and gets a little bit better as the landings go here, but definitely gave up a good bit there on the first two passes.
Absolutely. All right, getting through his non-acrobatic work here. Finding that landing, again, only a B value element, only worth 2/10, so you can't really give anything up, and he doesn't there on floor exercise for Washington.
And can't quite keep the landing down.
Definitely mitigates it.
A good start for Washington, but definitely room to improve for these following four routines.
We've got a request for live scores. If you go to the comment section, the very top pinned comment has the live scoresonline.com and search for the 2024 GymACT Western Conference Championships to follow all the scoring action. Dillo's on vault.
Now that's an interesting vault. Halfway between a cause and a cause full. 1.5 twists. Took it a little bit short.
Come on, D.
What a fight.
Come on, Kaden.
Bay Area Bandits. Looked like he was going to come off and just picked his circle back up. No idea if that was planned or not, but he found it.
Come on, Kaden.
Gas at the end.
Oh, and Caden to Girolamo. I know because I heard them. With a very unique mounting sequence. The front toss immediately out of a kip. I got to say, I'm a sucker for connected elements on P-bars.
Come on, Kaden.
Absolutely. I love watching just not the same routine every 5 minutes.
Come on now.
Connections are always exciting. Big double pike and just a 3/10 step back. Solid set for Mr. Peacock. Or sorry, for Mr. Di Girolamo. All right, Rocky Mountain jumping up on the sizzle rings here. All right, SCU taken to the high bar. Another straight planche on rings. Little rough, short on the hold, but we're seeing that straight planche a lot, which is interesting because I agree it is, I think, harder than a Maltese. Two great rotations, great giant from Rocky Mountain as SCU preps for a dismount here. Huge full twisting and a small hop landing. For
Doesn't get much better than that.
Here we go, vaults from KCU. Let's see what he's got here. Nice big Souk layout with a 3/10 step back.
Washington beginning their second routine of the rotation. Double pike, keeps the landing under control, although maybe a little bit short.
Come on, P. Let's go, Kaden.
All right, great to see Caden Peacock in the mix here on P-bars for Arizona. Washington versus Arizona, that's the battle we're keeping an eye on, and it's always fun when the two routines come side by side like this.
Yes.
Caden battling that shoulder recovery. Looks like he's actually pretty
Come on, P, let it
strong here on
swing.
P-bars. Huge Stutz to handstand, just a tiny bit short.
Help. Come on, P. Come on, Kaden.
Huge back layout there from Washington.
Yes.
And a big double pike to wrap up the routine on parallel bars. The large error on the landing.
Definitely not as polished as you'd like to see at this point in the season, but for an athlete coming back from an injury, definitely can't be upset about that routine. It was stacked with difficulty. He's just got to get some reps up, that's for sure.
Neither Washington nor Arizona has really had the start to this rotation that they were hoping for.
Big release move there on a high bar from SoCal. There's that Yamawaki that we see. It's a pretty common one. Down into some in-bar work. Important to talk about on high bar is angles. Everything has to hit a complete handstand. And that good recovery on that dismount. Supposed to be laid out, got in trouble, tucked it around, and rescued a lot of score there. KCU up on vault. Big run to a double, brushing his hands. That's a big vault from a young team. Rocky Mountain taking the still rings.
And the front uprise to L. Element we've seen quite a few times here tonight.
It's a pretty common one to fulfill that swing to strength element. Little check in the handstand, but definitely a solid one. Will from Arizona back on the parallel bars.
Another stuck landing for Rocky Mountain on the rings.
And Coach Tabor is done. Rocky Mountain has been sticking a lot tonight. Be interesting to know, but off just feeling. I think
Let's go, Will. Swing close.
A little bit around the side there for Will on parallel bars from Arizona.
2 hands. Nice. Come on, Will.
And here goes Washington's Trevor Ruggieri on the floor, mounting with a double back.
Large double front there from Arizona, but has a big hop on the landing. Like you said, neither one of these teams quite had this start to this rotation they really needed. Arizona needed it to increase some gap, and Washington needed it to try to catch them.
Notice Trevor putting a little bit of extra sharpness into those transitional steps.
He knows what's on. He knows what's on the line here, and it's going to be every single 10th. Especially right here, as non-acrobatic is right in front of the judges. That's another interesting strategic thing to look out for, is where you put your non-acros and your holds, or where you put different things, whether they're in front of the judges or away from the judges, whether you land facing or away from them. So that was a very interesting strategy. Fantastic recovery.
You could see that coming right from the takeoff. He was twisting way too early off the floor there.
Huge straddle Takacha from SCU on high bar there. Not 100% sure who this is, but he's a big guy, so when he gets flying like that, it is just so much fun to watch. SCU putting down some difficulty on the pipe. See what he's got for a dismount. Full twisting double tuck to a sub. That was a routine they needed. William Pierce up on the left for minutes.
All right, Will's got a pretty intricate routine here. Struggled a little bit on the landing. He's got a long routine too, so endurance is absolutely a factor when he gets to the end.
And it appears the judges are not going to give him credit for doing that dismount. So he's got 30 seconds to put it back together, catch his breath, and go again. Arizona on parallel bars. I believe this is Andrew Fletching on parallel bars for Arizona. Needing a clean landing. And a 3 and a 1. Arizona's definitely showing that they're a little tired here. So we'll see at the end of this rotation if Washington's floor can catch up to Arizona's parallel bars.
During these last 2 rotations, it's absolutely going to become a factor that these guys are going to start to get tired if their endurance isn't in top shape.
William Pierce remounting pommel horse for the Bandits and finishing very, very strong. I would love to see in 2 weeks him condition that routine a little bit and just stomp it at GymACT Nationals in Daytona Beach, Florida. Rocky Mountain is definitely on a burner over here on rings. They've had a lot of sticks. Another back upright straight plunge. I thought he was going to lose it, and he holds on to it. What great mental toughness and to stay calm. And like you said, this is just another rep in the gym for him. You could tell because he wasn't worried at all. handstand work. A little rough on the Giant. Recovers it.
Come on, boys.
Not bad at all from Rocky Mountain.
Come on, Elliot.
All right, let's see what Elliot Foster has for Arizona State here on parallel
Come on
bars.
now.
The only thing I'm noticing in our battle between
Come on,
Arizona and
Elliot, big
Washington,
ball.
I haven't seen a lot of difficulty from Washington. Their floors definitely seem to be a little lower in that difficulty, except for that right there, massive double front. There's that Bob Czar on parallel bars again.
Now, as we get deeper into this rotation, I'm expecting that we're going to start seeing a little bit greater difficulty push from both sides.
Oh, and Elliot Foster opening the door. There's that same element we've been talking about all night. He does that Healy and just kind of looked like he wasn't sure where the bar was, and then ends up taking a large deduction. Big double small step. That was a great finish from Elliot. Way to minimize that deduction.
That double front dismount's a harder one. It's completely blind on the landing, so you need to feel, not necessarily see, but feel exactly where you are on the kick out and be absolutely confident that the ground is where you think it is. And Washington putting up its first strong, routine of the rotation. Guess maybe you're not the only one who's maybe mentally running out of brain juice here tonight.
I think I ran out of brain juice about third rotation of the Eastern Conference Championships a few hours ago. So it has just been so much great gymnastics, and we're getting to sit at the head table and just watch it all unfold in front of us. And man, oh man, has it just been a lot. I definitely call it ADOG, Attention Deficit O Gymnastics. My eyes are shooting all over the arena just watching great gymnastics after great gymnastics. Here we go on the that's
Beer area off to a good start.
Aiden Myers doing an in-bar kip on the side on parallel bars. Very unique mount.
Bay Area off just before the dismount. He's got 30 seconds to get up and complete his routine with possibly a finger injury.
Please.
Let's see what Aiden's got here.
Same thing.
Get a nice clean stick here. All stand. Aiden definitely laying down some good things. Big dismount here. And it's a stick for Arizona. The crowd goes wild. That, I think Washington might be in trouble trying to recover and catch after that. And it's finishing incredibly strong on pommel horse.
With the rotation they've been having, Washington's definitely getting themselves into a little bit of a tight spot here. These last routines on the floor exercise are going to have to come in clutch. And then even more importantly, they're going to have to rely on a very strong pommel rotation to finish up the competition.
Now, what I will say for Washington is when they were here at Southwest Cup, they had a really strong pommel rotation. All they've got to do is do that again. Nice, clean routine for the Mavericks here on Still Rigs.
Front 1.5 dismount, not one you see all that often.
We are definitely seeing some incredible dismounts here. We saw a back 1.5 earlier. We just saw a front 1.5. All right. Battle. Arizona's locked. They are done with this rotation. So it is down to this floor routine from Washington to kind of hold this battle in check.
Xander Agate mounted with an impressive double Arabian. I've said it before, but Xander does remind me a lot of my own style of gymnastics. He's a very explosive, very powerful guy. He's got a lot of brute force behind him.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting. Every judge does something just a little bit different because any athlete that has that same kind of technique you did, like you said, it is raw power, just all the way out, full throttle. Some judges reward it, and some really just tend to judge it a little harder, even if it's as clean.
Now, I will say he does have a little bit more execution than I did, and if it wasn't obvious enough, he's also a lot more flexible than I was. I never had a split.
Big 2.5 with a small hop. Oh, I thought that was his dismount. He's got more in the tank. Let's see what he's got.
My guess is he's going to be wrapping it up with a back double 4, a little bit easier on the landing than the 2.5. And there it is.
I
Stock
love
landing
it.
for Washington, exactly the routine they were looking for to wrap up a rough rotation.
And that's going to be an interesting one. Arizona State's P-bar rotation went 50.7, which isn't nearly as high as I was expecting for parallel bars for them. So we'll see as Washington gets their final floor score in, what that does for them on the scoreboard. We are with Bay Area Bandits, who are just struggling to dismount pommel horse today. Their routines have looked so good, and it looks like they're just not quite in that routine shape they need to be able to finish that really strong. Bandits, a newer team, and they are doing incredible. They self-fundraise everything, and they're just out here because they love it. They want to continue the opportunity in NorCal. So if you are local to NorCal, make sure you check them out and support them as they continue to grow and chase after some new recruits and some new opportunities. Solid finish on horse there. Going to Rocky Mountain Mavericks on the still rings. So we're watching this scoreboard to see if that floor score updates with that final routine.
Struggling a little bit with the support catch on the kip to L.
There's that iconic iron cross. That right there is worth 0.7 of a point in this league. It's got some swing to manage here.
So here at the end of the routine with swing like that, the timing on those casts to get rid of that swing is crucial.
All right, rotation number 5 is in the books. And let's double check everything against the scoreboard live. All right, it looks like all of our scores are in. We'll keep an eye, Rocky Mountain Mavericks there. All right, we've got some interesting news for you. P-bars from Arizona State was a 50.7, and Washington sneaks them out on that one by 50.8, so they only gained 1/10 on them right there. So we are looking at a scoreboard race here of Arizona State, your current leaders, at a 261.95, with Washington at a 260.05. Now, Arizona State's headed to high bar. It's normally a pretty strong event for them, but as we've seen today, it can be a score killer. Washington headed to pommel horse. Washington definitely has the tougher event to try to outscore Arizona on, but I'm not going to count it out. I don't know if they can make up 2 points there, but we've seen crazier things happen. Bay Area Bandits holding on to the third place at a 243.55. Really, really strong third place there to Rocky Mountain Mavericks. Fourth place at a 238.5, and SCU at a 231.85. KCU, small team, coming in at 168.8. We've got some really interesting gymnastics going on here at the Western Conference Championships in Arizona. The athletes are reporting to their 6th and final rotation to begin their 2-minute time warm-up.
And history seems to be repeating itself here, looking at these top 2 teams. It seems like every time we look at a championship meet here at GymACT, it comes down to the same thing in the Western Division. It's Washington, Arizona, Arizona, Washington. And back and forth it goes. Arizona State definitely left the door open there on the parallel bars. Washington did not capitalize on that, on what's generally a stronger event for them.
Absolutely so. It's all on the line right here as we enter rotation number 6. All right, SoCal going to floor exercise, which historically has been a strong event for them. Washington going to pommel horse. That's going to be a really, really interesting rotation to watch. As Bay Area goes to still rings, which has definitely been one of the lower scoring events today. So it'll be interesting to see if they can hold on to a strong finish right there. As Rocky Mountain Mavericks go to vault, which will be an interesting one for them because it is one of the higher scoring ones. Kansas City and Dillos are 2 small teams on the floor today. Go to parallel bars as Arizona finishes in Olympic order on high bar, and it's in front of their home crowd as we aren't far from their training facility. It's only about 6 miles away, as they are the host for the junior section of this competition. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can put together here in rotation number 6.
Go out quick.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, if you haven't done so already, make sure you like, subscribe, and click that notification bell for the GymACT YouTube channel right here and help us reach our goal of 1,000 subscribers. Also, check out GymACT.org for all of your GymACT information, both on new teams coming up, the GymACT College Camp, which is a great experience for all athletes, and if you have the time or ability to help donate to the cause of GymACT, you'll find it all on GymACT.org. We are prepping for rotation number 6 here at Western Conference Championships. All right, off the final rotation with a huge full twisting double tuck. And here's the difficulty that Washington needed last rotation. They just handed it to SoCal for the rotation. Showing off the artistry here. So they come into the non-acrobatic. We're going to see an interesting one right here.
So now he's got to come up with a second non-acrobatic skill just to get the element group there, in addition to unfortunately counting the call.
All right, Justin Smith, huge Yamawaki to a Ginger.
In connection, the first release move connection we've seen tonight, albeit a little close to the bar.
I'm glad he brushed his teeth this morning, because if there's any plaque on there, it'd be on the bar now. We're coming in hot here on high bar. Justin as he brings a dismount in for his team. Full twisting, just a little short. Used up all the gas, making sure he stayed alive. That's a bummer, but what a fight from Justin Smith from Arizona.
Washington on the pommel horse, preparing to respond.
All right, let's see if we can keep track. Arizona versus Washington. We're going to bring single event scores just to see how close we're going to be here.
And Washington, for those who can't see, have 1.9 to make up to tie Arizona State, 1.95 to beat.
And again, each team is going to get to drop their lowest score, so it's going to be an interesting rotation all the way through as Washington keeps the pressure right there. What an incredible horse routine, and that's going to get the team hyped up, and Washington should have a great pommel rotation after a great start like that.
I got to say, after that floor rotation, I'm happy to see Washington back on the front foot.
This is going to be a tight battle.
Will Pierce preparing to start the rings routine for the Bay Area Bandits off camera. And a nice front 1.5 dismount, second of the evening to wrap it up. Unfortunately not on the camera at the moment, so you'll have to take my word for it. But a solid start for Bay Area Bandits as Jackson Harrison prepares to start his high bar routine.
on, Jackson.
Harrison with the second flight connection of the evening. Arizona State's definitely loading up their high bar routines with some difficulty here tonight.
Back on.
Straddle Jaeger. Again, a little bit closer to the bar, but I believe that is the only routine that we've seen tonight to have more than 2 flight elements and an outstanding underswing double front dismount. One of the rarest dismounts to see in the men's side of the sport. Moving over to the vault. Big Sukahara laid out to a small hop from the Mavericks.
All right, we're getting our camera back up live here. Hopefully just in time to catch the next pommel horse routine from Washington.
Pompies.
Just in time. Let's see what we've got here from Washington.
I'm afraid to say anything, so I think I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and watch.
I agree. Let's just enjoy some great gymnastics right here from GymACT Western Conference Championships.
What a fight there at the end. Ooh, I gotta say, my pulse is elevated a little bit right now. It's been a long time since I've been nervous watching gymnastics if it's not somebody that I'm currently coaching.
And this is an interesting one. Washington sitting at a 12.2 from their first routine, as Arizona sitting at an 11.2 from their first routine. Now remember, Arizona could get to drop that score. We'll find out.
Come on, Flex! Yeah! Come on!
Arizona State with their third routine of the rotation.
Come on, Flex! Put it down!
And here comes the dismount. Double layout, full out. Little rough on the landing, good execution in the air. Arizona State fighting to keep that lead, a lead which gets a little bit tighter with every routine. Southern California continues to show good power on the floor exercise.
I think the bounce broke was a good on the fall. Thank you. Yep.
On parallel bar, 13 to 69, open, empty.
And Kansas City kicks it off over on the parallel bars. The big moist support catch to L. The peach element that we've seen plenty of times tonight. Good holds on the handstand, a little rough on the form. And he's leading up to his dismount now, double tuck, and a little short on the landing. As Southern California United wraps up their own routine on the floor with a beautiful stuck double full.
All right, we're back over to pommel horse with Washington. They are absolutely answering the call here. Let's see what we've got here from Washington.
Riley Lineman has put up some good routines to date.
Hayden Peacock with a little bobble there.
Come on, Hayden! Quick!
Washington hitting some good single pommel work as Arizona State gets ready for some Adler elements. Takahara half. Washington so far, 3 out of 3 routines hit.
Come on, Dean!
Arizona has stumbled a little bit. This is going to be an exciting race all the way to the end.
Yeah! Let's go work!
My favorite element's called the quad. Big dismount here for Arizona. Double straight. Small step as the Barrier Bandits take to the This is getting we have noise canceling headphones on, and you can just hear the two sides from the head table. The rings to the left, Arizona's to the right, and man, oh man, you just hear Washington and Arizona losing their minds. Rocky Mountain coming in hot on vault. Beautiful stretch cause.
And Barrier Bandits battle through a routine to a double A dismount.
This is getting real. Our scoreboard appears to have one score. Washington still waiting on that third score to come in. It's going to be hard to keep track of where everything is at right now, but it's getting exciting. SoCal mounting with a massive front double tuck. That is a very, very hard element as it is completely blind. Another hard element there, that front double fold, 2 D value skills, both equaling 4/10 each. SoCal putting up a fight in the final rotation. Kansas City, solid parallel bar routine, and then just stumbles it back on the dismount.
Come on now.
Things are getting exciting here. SoCal putting down some nice combination work on floor. See what happens here on floor exercise with SoCal United. Celebrating again their 10th anniversary. They've been a club for 10 years. Solid set right there from SoCal. Leather with Washington.
Come on, Foster!
And we're back. Washington versus Arizona. Elliott Foster jump into the high bar. Elliott Foster could be a big routine, making up for that first one we saw from Arizona.
Zach Murray of Washington fights to keep on the horse to Washington's 4th hit routine of the rotation.
Here we go. Elliott getting into the high
Will
flying
Arizona answer in stride.
Elliott turns over so well in these flight elements. He catches the bar almost in a push-up position or in a prone position.
Keep working, you're not done!
Now he's got to calm the adrenaline down through some of his in-bar work. Here's an Adler, right to handstand, maybe a little shy, but I think he's within the 15-degree rule as the Bandits take to the still rings. Elliott Foster connecting, pirouette to Stalter. He's wide for Washington.
And they do with the double
This is my building, and my heart rate is through the roof. This is going to be an exciting race all the way to the end. Rocky Mountain coming in on vault. Very nice suit layout. Definitely not the difficulty they're looking for, but they're clean landings. Rocky Mountain, as I've been talking about all night, definitely in a building phase here as SoCal mounts with a huge full twisting double back.
SoCal United has debuted some impressive difficulty and power this rotation. Floor exercise is absolutely one of their strongest events.
And it's a place that it's hard to score high because the routine is so long. The judge physically gets to your gymnastics. So the same end, it's a place where you can stack difficulty. All right, parallel bars with KCU as SoCal puts another straight plan jut. Nice back there from KCU. Solid routine. Let's see. Solid back double full stick again from SoCal. KCU, strong dismount there at the end of a very nice routine. Back on horse with Washington.
Washington has done an amazing job so far. The question is, will it be enough to cover from 2 rough rotations there in the middle on the horizontal bar and the floor exercise?
Aiden Myers taken to the pipe for Arizona.
Come on, Aiden! On the board!
And there's one for the night. Aiden putting on a clinic over here on a high bar. On his in bar, clips his foot and has to come off the bar.
Washington, Arizona now both have guys down as they prepare to finish from both very unconventional falls.
Absolutely. Aiden Myers missing an in-bar element. That's a different kind of fall right there. Washington, little bit of a pause, but other than that, strong finish for the Huskies. Smart. You see what he's doing, Carl?
He's waiting to see if the judge gave him credit for the dismount.
Correct, because if he acknowledges the judge, the routine is over.
That's
and
right.
He doesn't have to repeat it. That was very, very smart from the Huskies. Aiden back on the bar for Arizona. Bay Area putting up their next rings.
Come on, Aiden, bring it home!
Minimize, because that's what the Huskies did here. Full twisting double tuck with kick out. Aiden answered the call. Beautiful Yamawaki work here on the steel rings. That's a double flipping element holding on to the rings.
And this is Bay Area's Evan Hymanson, who has continued to impress throughout the evening.
Absolutely.
Nice, Nathan.
It's always exciting when one of these younger teams picks somebody this skilled, this talented, and this hardworking, because it definitely elevates even just in the build. The double twisting, double tuck, very, very hard dismount. That was a great routine.
Word. Come on, Mason!
All right, Arizona's high bar score is locked. KCU finishing strong with a big front full there. KCU is locked. Washington on the leather.
Xander Agate with a quick routine, trying to hit his element groups, get on and off as fast as he can, minimize deduction, maximize execution. It's a hit routine, but unfortunately not enough from Washington to quite make up what they lost on the two preceding rotations, if I had to guess.
Going to be interesting to see what that scoreboard says as all the scores come piling in. All right, we're going to have a little bit of a pause here as we prepare for our awards ceremony. Everything's going to just kind of come to a standstill for just a second, and then we're going to go ahead and hop on for the awards ceremony. All right, Carl, let's kind of go over just some of your impressions from the Western Conference Championships. It was far, far more exciting than I was prepared for.
It absolutely was. I think that what caught me most off guard was how strong Washington started on the steel rings, far and above, I think, every other team that was here. Having that be historically one of their weakest events and showing that kind of improvement and that kind of competitiveness was fun. It was great.
Absolutely, and looking at the scoreboard over my shoulder here that we do have blurred out on purpose. We got to make this dramatic, you know what I mean? They won rings. The only one close to them was Arizona at a 54.9. Everybody else they were almost 10 points ahead of. Washington definitely did some solid work on their rings game over the last year. It's going to be interesting. I know the East Conference Championship guys are at dinner right now, and they're watching West Conference Championships, and there are going to be some incredibly tight battles as we head into GymACT Championships here in 2 weeks. Again, if you haven't subscribed to the GymACT YouTube channel, make sure you do that right now. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, click the notification button so you get everything as it comes out right here on the GymACT YouTube channel. We're going to go ahead and hop off. We're going to turn it over to the announcer for the awards presentation. Carl, it's always an amazing time getting to commentate with you and just geek out on some gymnastics. Thank you so much for being here, and we'll catch everybody. Again, the stream's not over. We're going to turn it over to the awards announcer to make sure you get a great awards presentation. Carl, thank you for being here. Everybody
Always
else,
a pleasure.
In 2 weeks. It is my awards game. Yep. Thank you.
We are completing an inquiry at this time. Followed by that, we'll be ready to have our awards. Sit tight, we'll be ready soon.
I really want to know who Bert is.
All right, for those of you that couldn't hear that, we do have an inquiry going on right now, which means one of the coaches believes that the judges made some kind of mistake in their start value or a neutral deduction. So we are going to verify that with the officials, and then we will have our awards presentation shortly.
verify scores, please be sure that all athletes are in your team warm-ups for awards. Judges and coaches, please clear the center of the arena. Athletes, please return back to our march-in lines as we begin today's competition.
Infamous. We're infamous. We're more than famous. Infamous. More than famous.
Athletes, once again, please come line up in the center of the arena for awards.
Somewhere. I don't know who's got them. Elise would know the answer, or Peter would know the answer. Oh, it looks like they might be over there.
Without further ado, time for awards. Presenting the awards tonight is our GymACT Commissioner, Mark Bogoje. Beginning on floor, with a tie for third place with a 13.25, both from Arizona State, Aiden Myers and Caden DiGirolamo. In second place, with a 13.35 from Washington, Xander Agate. And in first place, with a 14.05 from Arizona State, Jackson Harrison. Athletes, salute. On to pommel horse, with a second place tie, both with a 12.2 from Arizona State, Justin Smith, and from Washington, Bradley Stroud. And your pommel horse champion, with a 12.75 from Arizona State, Clayton Cunningham. Athletes, salute. On to rings, in third place, with a 13.8 from Washington, Riley Lineman. In second place, also from Washington, with a 14.2, Zach Murray. And in first place, with a 14.35 from Arizona State, Nikki Franz. Athletes, salute. On vault, in third place, with a 13.85 from SC United, Alexander Trent. In second place, with a 13.9, Jackson Harrison from Arizona State. And in first place, also from Arizona State, with a 13.95, Caden Peacock. Athletes, salute. On parallel bars, in third place, with a 13.45 from the Bay Area Bandits, Evan Hamilton. In second place, with a 13.7 from Washington, Bradley Stroud. And in first place, with a 13.95 from Arizona State, Aiden Myers. Athletes, salute. On to high bar. In third place, from Bay Area Bandits, with a 13.35, William Pierce. In second place, with a 13.55, also from the Bay Area Bandits, Evan Hymanson. And in first place, with a 13.7, from Arizona State, Elliot Foster. Athletes, salute. On to all around. With a tie for third place, both with a 74.5, from Washington, Xander Agate, and from the Bay Area Bandits, William Pierce. In second place, with a 76.05 from Arizona State, Aiden Myers. And your all-around champion, with a 77.5 from Washington, Bradley Stroud. Athletes, salute. On to the team award. In third place, with a 289.85, Rocky Mountain Mavericks. In second place, with a 307.2, Washington. And your 2024 GymACT Western Conference champions with a 313 even, Arizona State. Athletes, salute. And that's a wrap for this year's GymACT Conference Championship. Thank you all for coming. Have a good night. Let's hear it one last time for all these amazing athletes.
And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes a 6-hour and 50-minute live stream from GymACT.org. Thank you all so much. We wouldn't be here without you. We will see you here in a few weeks. Like I said, make sure you have all your notifications turned on. We've got an exciting announcement coming next week you're not going to want to miss. Thank you all so much and have a great night.